Gersh Taicher, Emigrant. Dedicated to my teacher and mentor, exceptionally brilliant scientist and exemplary Israeli citizen, Professor Shmuel Strickman. The homeland, split in two. The fourth book by Gersh Taicher, which is laconically called Emigrant, is a book about one's homeland, as pompous as that sounds. However, the author, to the satisfaction of his many literary friends, has managed to avoid the banal and overdone standard rendition of the love of the motherland theme. He has masterfully written the book so that the concept of the motherland has transformed from the young pioneer cliché into a normal, restrained, human concept. The main character Semyon Glazer, much loved by readers, also known as Solomon or Soul, and turned into Shlomo in Israel, never declaims long monologues about the homeland or argues about it with anyone. There will be no discussions of this subject in the book at all. But the reader will still understand, from the very first pages, that this is what the author is writing about. For the main character, the Chernivtsi homeland and the new Israeli homeland are equally dear. They are one. He writes with equal tenderness about his parents, left behind in the part of his homeland where he was born, and about his new life, where the most important positions are occupied by Evita and the new part of his homeland, Israel. Here, we have to clarify a point. Semyon has two countries of residence, but only one homeland. It's as if the homeland is split in two. The move from the USSR to Israel is like moving from one house to another in the same city. For Semyon, a homeland is made up of, first and foremost, the feelings, sensations, and of course, certain material aspects. The love of his homeland is the same type of feeling as hunger, friendship, attachment, and so on. But the love of one's homeland is also composed of material tangible things, the house where one was born, one's school, university, the town of Chernivtsi, the heavenly city of Jerusalem, and so on. The main character, Shlomo, did not transfer the Chernivtsi aspects of his homeland to Israel. He created, or found, new ones, belonging only to himself. He writes clearly and with feeling about it. Every person on earth has a place, and when you find your own place, you feel a sense of sweet tranquility, such as the one that I felt then. Even before then, I felt calm and tranquil, but in an entirely different way. Home. This is my new home. Glazer's homeland appears to expand, improve, change, and become better. You walk around it as if you're in school, going from class to class, from a lower grade to a higher one, from the simple to the complex, from arithmetic to algebra. The only difference is this: no one is ever left to repeat a grade. All the lessons have to be absorbed from the first try, there will be no second try. That is why Semyon does not look back, but simply enjoys what is happening to him here and now. Shlomo left his cards and his amorous adventures behind in the USSR. When he went to the Promised Land, he took with him his hard work, optimism, faith in a successful tomorrow, and the desire to achieve everything in life by himself. He is objective and honest in his relationship to his homeland. The first part, the USSR, is not all bad, much of it was good. On the other hand, Israel has quite a few problems of its own, and he writes frankly about that as well. Semyon left and turned into Shlomo at just the right time. Not too early and not too late. Exactly at the right time. In the book, he appears to have easily overcome all the obstacles and deprivations. We did not learn a lot about them, though of course they must have existed. But Shlomo does not let himself whine about them, only once does he recall the house in Chernivtsi and his parents. He is looking to the future and to his success, he only rarely looks back. Now, it has become more and more rare that I would huddle up in some corner so that no one would find me, and howl from the pain of missing my mother, my father, and my relatives and friends who remained in Chernivtsi. What is it about this new book that attracts the reader's attention? What is its value and significance for people of my generation? I have read all of Gersh Taicher's books. But only in this one, I immediately tried to put myself in the main character's place. But what I wanted to do was not to leave together with him, I never emigrated earlier, and will never do so now, but to remain in the USSR, with a lot of time left before it fell apart. Following the internal logic of the new book, one can understand that everyone has their own homeland and that in reality, you don't choose your homeland, it chooses you. And you have to be ready to become worthy of that choice. One can put oneself in Shlomo's place and imagine what would have happened to him if he hadn't left then, in 1978. His personal desovietization would have stretched out to an indefinite period of time, or might not have happened at all. His Soviet habits, characteristic for the majority of Soviet people, would have firmly taken root and fossilized in him. He would probably not have become a great scientist, but would have continued to self-experiment. He would never have married Evita, would most likely never have visited Barcelona, England, or America, and would never have studied at the Weizmann Institute. He would have continued to play cards and would most likely have become a welder at the Chernivtsi factory. And most definitely, he would have had trouble with his homeland in 1991, when the USSR fell apart and one had to make choices without leaving the country. I now look at the 20 or so contemporaries of Semyon who stayed behind in Chernivtsi, and see in their eyes that many of them still hadn't made that choice, to this day. Would Semyon have been happy? It's hard to say. In the Soviet, cliched sense, perhaps. He was approaching it. But in the commonly understood sense, unlikely. An unfree man cannot be happy, he cannot even understand what happiness is. Semyon, too, did not always understand it. But being by his nature a man who is comfortable with change, as the reader can already see, I am a great fan of cardinally changing my life, making yet another non-trivial choice to do so, made a step toward happiness without even understanding it at first. He clarified his choice. Sometimes, an entirely random step can fundamentally change your life. But in any case, if you yourself want to make some change, it will always happen. Whether it will work out or not is another question. And so, a new life began, with a new sense of homeland. He carefully counted the days of this life. I have been in Israel for exactly 631 days. He learned the language, spent some time as a proletarian, became a graduate student and then a PhD. Israel, his marriage in Spain, Paris, England, and an incipient new project with American businessmen. Semyon is determinedly moving toward his goal at the exciting tempo of his new life. He is undoubtedly happy without even noticing it. An incredible launch for a former unemployed Soviet gambler. In my opinion, the most important scene in this book is a characteristic meeting between Semyon and his former Chernivtsi gambling acquaintance with the nickname Tsibolkin Eyes. This is basically an encounter with his old feelings about his homeland. But Semyon is unbending, morally and physically, he cannot be returned to the past. He is now in a new phase of his life with new feelings about his homeland. It is at this point in the book that the reader clearly understands why Semyon left and what his homeland is to him. The homeland is not preference on Fridays, when you are in the grip of a powerful vice. The homeland is freedom and creation, where you are the creator and the author of your present and future. The homeland is where you are happy. The author masterfully and with his intelligent and disarming humor describes this new homeland of his main character. We laugh until we cry, reading stories like Bar Mitzvah, Lunch Schedule, An Ace in Africa, Marriage, Jewish Style, and the entire chapter The Brave Soldier Shlomo about the main character's life in the army. And what about this observation, when the main character is at the airport right after arriving in Israel, the public was extremely diverse, but something not entirely obvious united them. I suddenly understood that they were all Jews, and after making this unexpected and entirely understandable discovery, sat on the nearest bench in confusion. The feeling that I am surrounded by Jews and only Jews would pursue me for another few months. Gersh Taicher wrote a short, but gripping novel. We impatiently await its continuation. Vladimir Kilinich Chernivtsi, April 2021. Introduction. This latest book, Emigrant, opens up a new chapter in the life of my character Solomon Glazer, or, as everyone in the USSR called him with pleasure, Semyon. Now, in Israel, they call him Shlomo, as well as Semyon, Solomon, and Sol. This, or maybe something else, fundamentally changed many things in his life, and of course, in himself. Whether he wanted any changes or not, he got them. Though really, people do not change. They simply go from one multidimensional space to another and adjust. My character, too, underwent the transformation from an inhabitant of a country with developed socialism to a citizen of the West, though in reality, it was the East, the Middle East. It's just that at that time, everything capitalist was called the West. It turned out that the person remained the same, but the space he was in was different. In the first 3 books, I described life behind the Iron Curtain, which is unknown to many readers, including my children who have never lived there. I hope this book is interesting and engaging to readers on either side of that curtain. The day he left the Soviet Union, Semyon vowed to quit playing cards. Formally, he kept his word. In reality, however, he remained a gambler, though the game of chance now was his real life. There are no former gamblers, just like there are no former reconnaissance men. The game of life for Semyon doesn't have a triumphant ending where the winner gets a prize. The pleasure he gets from playing the game is the prize. The rules of the game constantly change and transform, and the player himself changes with time, gaining important life experience. In the West, Shlomo began his career with the difficult life of a graduate student. Of course, this is not a construction site or a hayfield, but it is still not simple. Every graduate student has a supervisor, a professor. Avram Gold, who was Shlomo's supervisor, was first of all a philosopher, an inventor, a workaholic, and only then a professor. Because of his incredible workaholism, no graduate student wanted to work with him. Shlomo was the only exception, because he wanted to learn and was ready for any sacrifice for that. He was called Professor Gold's slave. If it were not for Professor Gold, Shlomo would have continued to whitewash houses and care for flowers. If someone else were in Shlomo's place, nothing good would have come out of that either. An uninformed reader may mistakenly think that after his arrival in Israel, Semyon became incredibly lucky in life. This is not true. Semyon has been lucky since his birth and throughout his life. The book was written for people in a good mood, to improve their mood even further. Alas, I cannot recommend this book to people in a bad mood. There are other books for bad moods. One more thing. Having a relatively hardened heart, a stable psyche, and deep pockets, I have decided that I will not be affected by the mean-spirited criticism of my books. That is how it worked out. What I hadn't considered was that those who could just barely tolerate me as a successful businessman, as understood by the former Soviet intelligentsia, a person of little culture, won't be able to stand the fact that I am also a writer. So, this would definitely increase the number of those who dislike me. But paradoxically, they also are a source of creative inspiration for me. I wrote this book in search of sympathetic readers who like me. All the events, names, places, dates, qualities, and quantities described in this book are imaginary. Any resemblance to real events, names, places, dates, qualities, and quantities is purely coincidental. Gersh Taicher, Singapore, April 2021. Prologue. Above Europe. "I'd like a gin and tonic, please," I asked the stewardess, obediently buckling my seat belt, and automatically added, with the following technical specification: half a portion of gin, a double portion of ice, and a triple portion of lemon. "I'd like the same," Evita said quietly in response to the stewardess's mute, but very polite question. We immediately got what we asked for, as if the stewardess could read our thoughts and prepared our orders in advance. When the Lufthansa airplane, flight number LH778 from Frankfurt to Singapore, reached its cruising altitude, the service personnel began smoothly preparing for a late dinner. I looked at them admiringly. How well practiced, elegant, and beautiful. No, this cannot happen on Earth, only high up in the sky. But if you look more closely, all of this was too mundane, without excitement or improvisation. But nevertheless, this did not diminish the slight fantasticality of what was happening. Usually, when we fly from Europe to Singapore, we fly business class, but this time I decided to splurge for first-class tickets. I had good reasons for it. In the half-empty first-class compartment, there were 2 middle-aged couples and 3 single passengers of varying ages. But they, according to my observations, looked at what was going on in the plane with indifference. Apparently, they found other things to do, looking at the TV screens in the back of the seats in front of them, or at their computers and smartphones. Why do some people fly first class? There is no need for it. Why do people want to live in luxury in general? Could it be just to make their friends' eyes pop with envy? If there had been no aristocracy in the past, maybe we would never know today that luxury could exist at all. There is a bit more than 11 hours before we land in Singapore. And now, dear, please calculate how much we will drink before we land, not including this gin and tonic, I happily said to my wife, looking at our empty glasses with the remainder of the ice and shriveled lemon slices. They started setting the tables. Judging by the number of forks, knives, spoons, and some other exotic instruments for transporting food from the plate to the mouth, dinner was going to be multifarious and relatively long. My wife and I were not in any hurry and were ready for this. Moreover, the festive dinner in the sky was something we looked forward to as good entertainment on a long and boring flight. One can't sleep the whole way, after all. At first, they served black caviar, neat squares of toast, butter, finely chopped onion, egg, and fresh, not from the greenhouse, cucumber, firm and crunchy. Though the butter was from Holland rather than Siberia, and the milk from which it was made did not come from a faraway Altai village, I still asked for vodka. It would be a crime to not drink some vodka with this kind of spread. A mid-sized silver thimble of the drink fit into a larger, also silver, cup, filled with crushed ice that looked like diamonds in the bright LED lights of the airplane cabin. It would have been brilliant in the rays of the setting sun, but we were a bit late for that. Evita got the same kind of still life. "Soul, I have never enjoyed vodka quite this much," she said instead of a toast, throwing back her vodka like a hussar. "This is definitely the correct application for the legendary Russian drink," I agreed with my wife, but still decided to explain to her something that she could not know. But the most enjoyment I ever got from vodka was when I drank with my Chernivtsi friend and card player Petya, in the evening of the day when his wife left him for another man. Petya was a lowlife and deep in gambling debt, like I was at the time. The day before, he gambled away all his furniture. And after a short pause, I changed the subject. "Just this morning, we were living in Spain like the Spanish, and tomorrow, we will arrive in Singapore and will live completely differently, like the Singaporeans. Between today and tomorrow, we will spend the night in the airplane. We can accept it as a given that we will not change in one night, though our life will change significantly. I had the thought that travels in time and space can substantially change something in a person, sometimes not even related to the flesh. There is something that definitely happens in one's soul. Sometimes a screw breaks, sometimes some tumbler switches, and the soul starts living in another way. You are not programmed for some sort of communism where everyone has to be identically happy. You are free and you have the freedom to choose your own life. You are not directed from outside, you are directing yourself from the inside, with your soul and your heart. And you definitely do not depend on the position of the sun, moon, the planets of the solar system, and all the stars at the moment of your birth." "Evita, what day is today?" I asked in a decisive voice after my philosophical and astrological excursion. "Today is Monday, January 8th. Why do you ask? Can you tell, Evita, why we are flying to Singapore today of all days?" Without thinking a single minute, my wife quickly answered with her clear logic, "There are two reasons. First of all, there were the holidays, Christmas and New Year's, and right after the holidays, many students return to university and the planes are full, but look how empty it is now, everyone has already returned home. Also, ticket prices get a lot lower by January 8th. I was actually very surprised that we are not flying on January 13th, on the day when superstitious people never fly anywhere. As always, you are right, Evita. It is good to live and travel in a world where there are so many predictable and superstitious people. But I chose this day rather than the 13th for an entirely different reason." I paused to think and then slowly said each word separately, as if cutting them apart from each other. Exactly 40 years ago, the night from the 8th to the 9th of January, 1978, we were also flying above Europe, only on different airplanes. There was no first class in any of them, and our final destination was Israel. Yes, you are right, we met exactly on January 9th. Oh, how long ago it all was. I was wearing worn blue jeans, and regretted it all day that I didn't put on a skirt. I had such beautiful legs then. Evita answered, blushing a little. "They are still beautiful. Without any jeans on or without a skirt on, I noted relatively frivolously, despite still being fairly sober, and squeezed her hand. But a couple more glasses of vodka, and I will approach the same condition of complete and total indifference in which I found myself during the night from the 8th to the 9th of January, 1978, in the air above Europe as I traveled from the USSR to Israel. This was the road to another life. The life of an emigrant. Chapter 1. Welcome to Israel. Shlomo is me, too. At dawn, on January 9, 1978, I was an ordinary man named Solomon Abramovich Glazer. By lunchtime, I continued to be the same man, but with another name. That is when my post-Soviet story began. I was awakened by a revolutionary road song. The melody was familiar, though I could not make out the words. The soloist had a strong burr, the choir was nasally singing in response, and it was impossible to understand just what they were all singing about. But I was sure that this was something from the repertoire of the old Bolsheviks who were returning to Russia in a closed train car and singing, anxiously but sonorously, the song about the enemy whirlwinds. Though, since this was not the universally frightening revolutionary song with the frightening words "This is our last and most decisive battle," I decided that I could open my eyes. I was in a chock-full airplane that was decisively heading towards a landing. Its passengers, still very recently Soviet, hadn't yet aired out from the smell of Tashkent chicken, young Moldavian wine, and Novoselitsa feta cheese. Novoselitsa is town in the Chernivtsi region. A new aroma of warm Viennese coffee was added. Only a few of my fellow travelers managed to acquire it, and this scent was not strong or confident. We hadn't spent enough time outside the USSR. But my hurt feelings about the lost stick of Chernivtsi sausage had almost entirely evaporated. I automatically put my hand in my pants pocket. My cherished American dollars were still there. I could continue to live confidently and calmly. How calmly, with what degree of confidence, and for how long, I still did not know. In general, I knew nothing at all about the future, so my condition was carefree and unencumbered. I could see dawn through the plane window. The sun was not yet visible, the Mediterranean moon still brightly shone on the water far below the plane's belly. I had the strange feeling of being outside space and time. It was hard or impossible to determine where I was, what time it was, what season, and any time in general. It seemed that the plane was traversing some invisible boundary and descending a nominal staircase into the unknown and the mysterious. The passengers tensed up in expectation of rough air, the children were silent, the old men closed their eyes, and the young people, holding each other tightly, breathed deeper than normal. The stewardess walked through the cabin one more time, offering the still Soviet passengers cheap capitalist goods that, prior to this moment, they had only seen in rare dreams. Semyon. Look, they are selling American cigarettes for cheap. Lend me $20. I left my money in my suitcase with the luggage. As soon as we land, I'll pay you back immediately, said the 20-year-old lad who was sitting next to me the whole way. Listen, Sasha, I started to answer him in the insolent tone of the Chernivtsi tough guy, but I could not find persuasive words suitable for the occasion. I tried looking for the answer in my memory, but all I found was a gaping ringing emptiness. I think that right after I was born, I had a similar emptiness in my head, with the only difference that no one was asking me to lend them money then. Of course, I should have told Sasha to buzz off, but for some reason, I didn't want to do that and start my new capitalist life this way. I simply ignored him. At that moment, I did not want to do anything, least of all lend him or anyone else money. The plane's speakers announced in Russian that we were crossing the Israeli shore. I looked out the window and saw for myself that there was in fact a shore, and cozily nestled next to it were the lights of some big city. Though the plane was full of adults, at that moment, everyone behaved like small children. And when the plane landed in the promised land, the passengers began to clap, pray, hug each other, and even cry. I also felt a scant Chernivtsi tear sparkle in my left eye. But it was not a tear of joy or sadness, no. It was the moment of self-determination, the evidence of my temporary victory over the forces of evil, and a wet launching pad into my own great future, which did not seem either clear or defined to me. In it, there were no specific women, who always add a certain something to our future. But my future still looked abstract and syrupy sweet, like the logic of certain women. It was a simultaneous mixture of numbness, exhaustion, and self-confidence. At the moment of landing, I wasn't all that confident in myself or my future. As it turned out, I did not even know my real name. My brain refused to register any details, it only focused on the most important things: the gangway off the airplane, the warm wind in my face, the brightening dawn sky. As for how many steps were on the gangway, I do not remember that, as well as many other things. Then my memory registered a new image. A large hall where all the new arrivals were. There were a dozen desks. A woman of indeterminate age, wearing glasses, gestured me to her desk. I came up to her. I had nothing to worry about, my Chernivtsi sausage was long gone. Looking at me over the top of her glasses with a trained eye, she took my refugee papers from my hands and, with a reinforced concrete accent and the informal form of address, she began the initial conversation: Solomon Abramovich Glazer, born in 1952. So, you have a birthday in a few days. How will you celebrate? We will see, I answered curtly and evasively, and to myself, wondered about the excessive familiarity and thought that at least it was good that she wasn't asking me for a loan. In Israel, people have Israeli names. Your name will be Shlomo. My parents called me Solomon, and it is impossible to change that. I am ready to answer to any names, but in my heart, I am Solomon, I said firmly. We can keep Solomon and add Shlomo, it will be a double name. Is that good? I softened and reluctantly agreed. But only for politeness' sake, because I did not like the name Shlomo, and in my opinion, it did not fit me at all. Honestly, other than the name Solomon that my parents gave me, all the other names that I was called in my Soviet past did not fit me either, and I did not like them. I reluctantly answered to them, but only from my innate shyness. Do you know Hebrew? No. Do you have a higher education? Yes. What do you want to do here in Israel? I don't know. I'll do whatever they tell me to do. But it's better to do nothing at all. Is that an option? You are very lucky, Shlomo. One of the best ulpans in the country begins admitting new students today. Ulpan is a school for studying Hebrew. Some people wait months to be able to get in, and you can get in right away. You will be taken to the Ulpan Etzion in Jerusalem. The woman with the glasses finished her short and smarmy questioning, sternly and with a bit of irritation. She gave me a new document to replace my refugee papers and a pass to travel to Jerusalem. Maybe she thought that I would begin jumping for joy, but realizing her mistake, she smiled distantly and pointed me to the exit. The arrivals section of the airport looked just like its counterparts at the Domodedufo airport in Moscow or the Tolmachev airport in Novosibirsk, just as huge and full of people. Men, women, suitcases, strollers, and noisy children filled the space to the brim. Someone shouted out Russian phrases, but mostly, there was a din of various foreign voices. The public was very diverse, but they had something not too easily definable in common. It suddenly dawned on me that they were all Jews, and startled by this unexpected and entirely understandable discovery, I sat on the nearest bench in confusion. The feeling that I was surrounded by Jews and only Jews would pursue me for another few months. On the way to Jerusalem, I remembered the recently exotic for me luscious, slightly intoxicating scent of orange groves. The day, too, was exceedingly warm, sunny, and clear. An orange day. About halfway there, the even flat freeway ended, and the Jerusalem hills were in front of us. The natural gates, created by nature itself for the pilgrims to Jerusalem, Shar Hagai, made it possible for the modern freeway to enter these hills. Something undefinable in this landscape reminded me of Soviet Crimea, maybe the cypress trees on the hills along the winding mountain road. Everything was new and somehow different. A perfectly round January sun warmed me, an unfamiliar winding road took me upward. It seemed that even the birds in this new country sang more readily, loudly, and mellifluously. I did not exactly remember how they sang in the Soviet Union, and I did not care anymore. Now I am a new Israeli. Israeli. A heavenly place. If I could remember my dreams, I would know exactly what life is like in heaven. But perhaps I don't dream any dreams at all? Though if one judges by the pleasant frame of mind that I experience every morning, I do dream. Maybe they are not heavenly dreams, but they are sweet and pleasant. It is possible that I have dreamt many times of walking around Jerusalem. But I did not remember it, and now experience the dreamlike, heavenly, beautiful view of this eternal city. The city spread out majestically in front of me. It was real. Looking at it, now I know exactly what paradise looks like. I have heard many times that Jerusalem is a holy city. But I had no idea that it was heaven itself, and my Ulpan Etzion was right in the middle of that heaven, a heavenly place. After cold Chernivtsi in January, snowy Lviv, foggy Chop, and rainy Vienna, Jerusalem showed itself to me arrayed in warm rays of sunshine at the tops of its hills, under a pure blue sky. Its golden dome held up the sky on that part of the planet. The flashes of sunlight reflecting from its other domes spread out all over the world, giving people light, warmth, and joy. On that day, everything in Jerusalem seemed beautiful, unique, and everlasting. Its air was sweet, its groves were invitingly shady, and the cool water in its streams was the clearest in the world. Its people were the friendliest and most welcoming on the planet, and its children were born happy and wise and able to speak eternal truths. The ordinary life of Jerusalem is in its motley bazaars, which happily send streams of people along its crooked streets. Life makes the city pulsate all day and for a good part of the night. The multicolored clothing of the passers-by and their guttural speech accompany this life, which apparently has lasted forever and will last forever. From the first moments, the city, covered in beige Jerusalem stone, showed me the strength of spirit of my people. I will never forget the first time I saw the smiling face of Jerusalem, made of stone. It was kind, wise, and millennia old. I felt at home. Not in the basement Chernivtsi apartment, but at home in a new and broader sense. It seemed to me that I had been long awaited here. The people were friendlier to me than anyone else anywhere else. Every person on earth has a place, and when you find your own place, you feel a sense of sweet tranquility, such as the one that I felt then. Even before then, I had felt calm and tranquil, but in an entirely different way. Home. This is my new home. It is hard to describe in words what I felt in the city where the most famous people of civilization had lived. Among them, of course, was my famous namesake, Solomon, the king of Judea, who was called by the locals the same name as me, Shlomo. Everything went as smoothly as if it were scripted. I even started looking around for the camera crew. At noon, I was unloaded by the gates of the Ulpan, along with my belongings and my bicycle. They had been waiting for me there. My things were immediately sent to storage and I was sent to the cafeteria for lunch. I was slightly disquieted by the fact that they knew exactly how to treat me. I had never indicated in any questionnaire that I was always hungry and needed to be fed more often than normal. At our Ulpan were a couple hundred students of both genders. About 20 of them lived in the city in their own apartments, and the rest lived in a large 3-story dorm. The classes were held in 2 small buildings on the Ulpan territory, surrounded by a fence with a massive gate. The age of the students did not entirely correspond to the typical age distribution of the Israeli population. The median age was about 20, the minimal age was 18, and the maximal age was 30. The average age across the Ulpan was about 21. And only a few of the female students, they could be counted on the fingers of one hand, were aged spinsters older than myself, with the traces of humanitarian bitterness on their boring faces. An attentive reader will then ask, so what was so heavenly in that Ulpan? So, 90% of the students were female, and the distribution of attractiveness among the girls and young women was entirely respectable. All of them came from different countries and different continents, they had different eye color, skin color, and different levels of shapeliness to their legs. They brought with them from their countries the best personality traits, the most charming smiles, and the most beautiful dreams. All of them, with rare exceptions, were ready for a new life in a new place, and women are always beautiful when they are beginning a new life. I already knew that quite well in my admittedly brief prior experience. Evita from Spain, Stella from Australia, Charlotte from France, Emma from Switzerland, and even the infantile Americans and the exaggeratedly prim English women were simply inimitable. I could not have imagined such a diversity of beautiful smiling faces and souls in the USSR or in other socialist countries. I had not expected to see this, and so I considered myself extraordinarily lucky to be next to this feminine paradise for days, long Ulpan evenings, and short nights. Of course, far from all of these heavenly women visited me later at night for emotional and educational humanities discussions in the night watchman's booth, which I will describe later. But even sitting next to them in class was incredibly pleasant and joyful. If you could see my happy fizz while going to class at the Ulpan, you would definitely understand me and start to envy me with an envy as cold as Siberian snow. The woman at the airport, who could instantly see that I was a lucky guy, was absolutely right. My female fellow students heard and read about the suffering behind the Iron Curtain in the USSR, but they had never seen a live socialist specimen or felt one. Especially felt one. I understood them quite well, and felt various places of their tender capitalist physiologies. When I told them stories about my 5-year-long university sentence in cold Siberia, they cried, without even waiting for the story I'd made up for the occasion about unrequited love in the cold taiga. To my surprise, though, the stories about hunting Siberian bears did not impress them much at all. The leitmotif of my Siberian reminiscences was that favorite subject of conversation for youth throughout the Western world in the 1970s, free love. After our long and heartfelt conversations, with some practical exercises, some girls from our Ulpan were absolutely sure that they had enough material for a book of their own, with the provisional title of Is Free Love Behind the Iron Curtain Truly Free? The heavenly sights of Jerusalem were complemented by the lovely elements of the interior of our Ulpan. The classes were not onerous, they flowed easily and naturally. Everyone studied assiduously and willingly, the schedule was flexible, and there was plenty of time left for conversations, sport, and cultural entertainment. We conversed with each other animatedly, quickly learning Hebrew. I am sure that the other guys who were students at the Ulpan along with us were just as happy as I was. Robert, Roberto, Goldberg, Jan, and others undoubtedly have the fondest memories of our student days. It was at the Ulpan that I felt that everyone loved me, and understood that I loved everyone as well. In the course of a few weeks, I discovered for myself that I was still young, very young and full of energy. Could it have been due to the good food and fresh air? No, not entirely. The only place where people feel as natural as this is in heaven. Methods of learning Hebrew. For those who have never been to heaven, I will explain. One can see a lot of nice things there, but even in heaven, one doesn't want to spend half a day sitting in class, learning Hebrew grammar and memorizing hundreds of new words. But we have to. In heaven, just as in life, nothing is simple. It turned out that, despite a commonly held opinion in the USSR, not all intelligent people talk to each other exclusively in Russian. Thus, one often needs to learn other languages, the study of which, in turn, takes time and effort. To overcome the difficulties inherent in learning a new language, one needs a certain original method, to be followed preferably every day, or every minute. One needs motivation. I am a talkative person, I love to talk, and learned a few languages this way. It's true that lately, no one wants to listen to me for too long, which is why I've started writing books. In this book, I'd like to present a new method by which any guy can quickly learn an unfamiliar language. For example, Hebrew. I like to be original, in general. I highly esteem this skill in myself and others. Even if it's complete nonsense, as long as it's original, I'm ready to listen and pay attention. Of course, it has to be somewhat reasonable. If someone tells a long story at a party, even if it's a heartfelt story, but it's a long and boring story without any originality, I feel sick to my stomach. But to listen to something original is like a breath of fresh air. If this originality is impromptu, invented right there and then, I am delighted. Imagine this situation: you are a young man, preferably a good-looking single young man, and you are sitting at a cafe, for example, or some other eatery, or you have come into a bookstore, preferably one for used and rare editions, or you are at the art gallery, or simply walking along some street. Sooner or later, you will definitely see a suitable girl. You will come up to her and say, the time interval between come up, and say should be minimal, no more than a second or two. Lida, dear Lida. You're alive. Let me touch you. At this point you take both her trembling hands in your own hot hands, looking at them greedily at the wrists. After a short pause, looking her right in the eyes, you continue, a bit calmer and exhaling, turns out you're alive. But Sasha had told me that you died while climbing Mount Everest. I've been crying over you for 3 months, not knowing what to do with myself. God, I'm so happy to see you again. Then, you must say something equally original for at least another 7 minutes, though now it's not important what it is about. You've said the most important part, the more ridiculous the story, the more the girls like it. Even though they understand quite well what's going on, they happily play the game by the rules and are ready to participate in it as a pretty lab mouse. This method always works magnificently well, because it is a pleasant diversion in the boring life of a distinguished factory weaver, teacher, or agronomist. The most important thing is to be maximally original, without going too far and losing contact with the ground. I am not the prophet Isaiah, but I can also see something in the future. When I arrived in Israel, I had 2 weeks to translate into Hebrew my romantic libretto entitled Lida, Dear Lida, cited above, and to memorize it in the local language if needed. I could not wait too long. Biblical purity and abstinence were not my goals in this new place. I also had a few other methods of meeting girls, which I learned in faraway Siberia, in my native love-filled Chernivtsi, and in my many investigatory trips around the USSR. All these methods were based on the audacity of the cavalry and the unscrupulousness and insolence of the non-commissioned officer. I was a bit nervous to use them in developed Israeli capitalism. These methods were designed for girls who were sheltered, a bit simple, and without too much sexual experience. In other words, for girls who underwent a Marxist-Leninist upbringing. My Don Juan repertoire contained another alternative, well tested and explored, to play a good, kind, but somehow deficient guy. For example, a hopelessly deaf mute. It was a difficult task, but I have never searched for the easy and unoriginal path in my relations with girls. Fate has given me many challenges. I could take on yet another one. But soon, after a quick yet in-depth analysis of the intimate opportunities presented by this warm country, I decided to reject this alternative. It seemed to me that this approach would severely limit the available opportunities, since not all of the girls I sought were already part of the front lines of progressive humanity. There were many girls who, for some reason, had failed to keep up with the pace of progress and occupied a deeply conservative position with respect to their dislike for deaf-mute men. Taking this situation into account, I decided to devote my time to intensely studying Hebrew according to my new method, for which the reward will be making the acquaintance of local girls. It was new and not easy, but obviously, a pleasant and helpful thing for my near future. It took me 2 weeks. I learned a couple dozen words and 3 short sentences. This was enough to feel confident in victoriously flirting with the cleaning lady of our ulpan. But to my complete surprise, after I'd said the entire sentence and 3 other Hebrew words, it turned out that a cleaning lady was not at all suitable as my romantic object. Possibly, I was not suitable for her either. There was no reason to go to someone for advice. I was simply a different person now. The rules of flirtation in Jerusalem were different from the ones I had in Novosibirsk or Chernivtsi. The intimate conversation skills that were entirely sufficient for me in the Soviet Union a few weeks ago were completely unsuitable here. I continued to assiduously work at finding a more effective method of studying Hebrew, but soon I understood that I was deeply and tragically mistaken in my assiduousness. Turns out that to love some girl on the planet, one has to learn the language she speaks, and there is a ton of languages on Earth. It's a very difficult thing. But, during these searches for an original method, it turned out that in our ulpan, the approach that does not require a deep knowledge of the language worked fine. Sometimes one didn't need to say any words at all. As for the language, with this method, it will easily be learned afterwards, automatically without any effort. It's a miracle. It's fantastical. But not original, it's true. In the USSR, girls like long and tragic stories. One simply needed to go for the tear-jerkers in a maximally dramatic tone of voice. Soviet girls prefer brave, but unlucky people. they are sure that each and every one of us will have to have good luck at least once in our lifetimes. That's what the popular Soviet songs said, "Don't be sad, just hope and wait," for example. And this does not depend on the person, just on the circumstances. Apparently, socialism gave everyone the same opportunities, you just needed a bit of luck and, of course, to wait a while. Among the capitalist she-wolves, things are entirely different. Here, you take a city map in your hand, come up to any girl and ask, how do you get to the public library? Left or right? If a man can't learn this simple phrase in the desired girl's native language, he's not worth a dime. And one does not need to learn the entire language for that. I have to note that they taught us Hebrew very well at the Ulpan. First of all, in class, everyone, including the teachers, spoke only Hebrew. Secondly, all the students knew that the knowledge of Hebrew is the door into Israeli society, the path to a new life. Thirdly, we had fun in class among friends, and when one is having fun, knowledge flies into one's head by itself and puts itself in the right place. And finally, after class, we talked to each other in Hebrew practically 24/7. After 4 months of study at the Ulpan, well-fed and possessing the required knowledge of Hebrew, I was released to go wherever I wanted. Now I was ready to talk to any girl, but by that time, I no longer needed this, for natural reasons. It turned out that my immense efforts in studying Hebrew for the attainment of this particular goal were wasted. As for why, I will explain this later. I had to change my goal, I did not want to waste all that knowledge. But the method remains, and I am happy to share it with my readers. Bar Mitzvah. A person is a whole being, unified and indivisible. For his whole life, he safeguards that uniqueness. This is why people always get tensive, for example, they have their own tooth extracted, or get their own appendix taken out, or something else, no less dear to their body. Who wants to get something cut off? No one, of course. Especially if the bit that is cut off, albeit very small, belongs to a very important human organ. I had this very particular problem literally a week after my birth, when I was not in a position to object. And so, in accordance with Jewish tradition, I got the bit cut off that was supposed to be cut off, and now I don't even want to think about it. Another important event in the Jewish religious calendar happens for a boy at the age of 13, when he officially becomes a man. This is called the bar mitzvah. I have always had my own slightly different from the commonly accepted ideas about this act of becoming a man. It's true that they still do not carry any weight as arguments for the mainstream of Judaism. Why doesn't anyone ask what 13-year-old boys think about it? It's obvious that religion and fairness are incompatible. Still, because of these theological differences and various other reasons, I did not have a bar mitzvah at 13 years of age. The next step in my complex relationship with Judaism was made exactly 13 years later, literally in the 3rd month of my life in Israel. It was a warm spring day, and nothing predicted any trouble. 2 Australian guys came up to me, wearing Uzbek hats for some reason, and said as a duet, "Listen, Shlomo. Tell us honestly, are you a man?" I was ready to take offense at such an impertinent question, but I decided to wait before choosing the degree of offense until I determined the circumstances of the problem. And so, I simply spread out my hands and rolled my eyes insolently, which in the local language of gestures meant, "What do you mean by that, guys? A Jewish boy has a bar mitzvah at age 13 and becomes a man," the Australian jerks began explaining hotly and rolling their eyes. After that he can pray with the adults. There are 9 people at prayer at the Ulpan, and we need 10 for a powerful and fruitful prayer. We are counting on you. Then, I waved my hands wildly as if I were showing a truck driver who is driving in reverse that he only had a few centimeters before hitting a mother with a stroller. In essence, it meant I cannot help you. And then, I relatively intelligibly explained that I had never had a bar mitzvah in my life, so please, get away from me. Maybe all the way to Australia. I did not want to hurt these nice people's feelings, but I had no other way to get out of it. To my surprise, the guys in the hats were not hurt at all and showed no sadness. Instead, they were happy to hear it. We will have a bar mitzvah for you, and not just an ordinary one, but a double one, 26 years instead of 13, they exclaimed, jumping up and down alternately from the Jewish good fortune that had befallen them. Before agreeing to make the guys in the hats happy, I verified with the Russian-speaking teachers at the Ulpan to my satisfaction that nothing would be cut off this time. Moreover, classes would be cancelled, for the whole day, and there would be a festive meal in my honor, and I would be celebrated. It also turned out that the guests would give me presents. And then I thought that I liked this type of mixture of Judaism and capitalism. It's atheist and communist. I won't describe in detail everything that happened on that unforgettable day, a book is not enough. I will limit myself to listing just the most important elements. They brought my dear Chernivtsi grandmother to my Ulpan from Ranana for an entire day. Hundreds of guests were present at my bar mitzvah at the Western Wall. Some of them even cried a bit from joy. The festivities were ably led by the chief rabbi of the Sochnut, born in Chrysopolis. Sochnut is a Zionist organization responsible for repatriation of people in Israel. I said the blessings for the tefillin and the talit, repeating after the rabbi. Then, accompanied by a couple dozen men, we went into the synagogue at the foot of the Temple Mount. We got a Torah scroll and began to read. I, too, read a few lines that I had memorized ahead of time. Everything looked very touching, even for such a committed atheist as myself. There were many representatives of the Israeli press at the celebration, and the next day, the first page of the main newspaper of the country, the Jerusalem Post, ran an article about my bar mitzvah with a huge photo showing me condescendingly accepting gifts from my guests. The guests stayed until late at night. Passers-by and the ubiquitous tourists stopped and took pictures in front of the festivities, so that they could talk about what they'd seen many times over. The event took its rightful place in the latest history of the country, which I cannot help but be proud of. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister was not there. He had a previously scheduled important international meeting and an urgent meeting of the cabinet. It's too bad. But it's okay. We will see each other when I become a Knesset member for the opposition or some kind of minister. Just as a start. I had to pay for all of this, alas, every morning for an entire month. I had to go pray at 7 a.m. before breakfast. Maybe, it was because of those prayers that I've been so lucky in life to this day. The severe laws of capitalism. In Judaism, just like it must be in any other religion, there is a prayer for every occasion in life. I immediately put into action my newly acquired prayer skills. As soon as I wake up, before I open my eyes, I whisper, "Thank you God for making me a man." One can't be petty with prayers, prayers need to be large. At that time, the most important task for me was finding a job, and there is a special prayer for that too. Many times in my life, I have done hard physical work, because I was certain that this is how things should be. People need to work. Ever since my childhood, I can't abide the idle, though on occasion and for very important reasons I have had to be idle myself. But I never enjoyed it. I love chopping wood, just give me the chance. I love digging, not vegetable beds but ditches. I discovered this after 9th grade, when I'd spent the summer working with the student construction brigade. If they hadn't taken away my shovel, I can't even imagine what I would have dug to. I can't say that I am a workaholic, but I am a hard worker, this is a fact. And so, on the 7th day of my life in Israel, I was sitting on a bench not too far from the entrance to the Ulpan, and as usual, was smoking my evening cigarette. I saw the watchman on duty also smoking cigarettes, one after another, which was bad for his health. He was simply converting expensive items into smoke. I came up to him and asked, "Why are you so nervous, uncle?" He didn't understand Russian and continued to be nervous, lighting one cigarette with the prior one. Instead of taking a breath of fresh air between smokes and trying to understand me, he replied to me, but now I didn't understand him. It was good that he had 10 fingers and we could make each other understood by our respective appendages. It turned out that his replacement didn't show up and he had to go, very urgently, either to another job or to go on a date. I didn't understand very much of that, but could tell that there was something feminine waiting for him. I had to help him, and it was too late for prayer. I let him go, took his keys to the gate, and took his place. I stood there about 7 minutes, realized that it was cool outside, and decided that it would be better to close the gates, lock them, and go into the nearest classroom to warm myself up. It was the middle of January, and it was cold, by Israeli standards, as it is in the northern hemisphere, though by Siberian standards, this Israeli weather would have counted as Indian summer. This is not Siberia, but it is cold in its own way. In the morning, I woke up earlier than normal, not in my own bed, but in the classroom on a chair, on which I'd had to spend the night. I opened the gate to the Ulpan and waited for the director, so that she could pay me for that night's hard work. The director spoke Russian, so I had no problem communicating with her. "Alla Mikhailovna, I've been standing by the gate all night, waiting for you. It's so cold here in Jerusalem. Here are the keys. The Ulpan, thanks to my heroic efforts, remains safe and undamaged. You can count on me in the future, too," which was my summary of my improvised presentation of my vast experience as a night watchman. "Why do you keep Yashka as a night watchman?" "He's not reliable," I continued in a hypnotizing voice without letting her think, transitioning to the post-presentation attack and believing that I had every right to do so. "Won't working as a night watchman 3 nights a week interfere with your Hebrew studies?" the director asked carefully, astonished. "You don't know me. I can study well and guard well. These are 2 parallel tasks, they do not intersect and therefore, do not interfere with each other. Do you also need a cook to cook lunch for all the Ulpan students?" I don't know what Alla Mikhailovna took seriously and what she didn't, but from that day, I became the night watchman at the Ulpan. It's clear that I started getting a decent salary in lira, and that I displaced Yashka, the careless watchman, in a capitalist competitive way. A week later, Yashka appears with a huge tear in each eye, and plaintively says, in Soviet Russian, "This is not right, and not comradely. I had a job and you took it away from me. Not comradely," I replied, confidently repelling his attack. "Forget it. In the Soviet Union, we were comradely, but now we are in the capitalist world, where dog eats dog. This is capitalism, so don't take offense at me. You will be thankful for the rest of your life for this free instruction." Yashka left, and I didn't even need to show my canine fangs. I started living in the classroom night and day, at night, guarding the ulpan, and during the day, studying Hebrew. Soon, at night, I became the most popular person at the ulpan, because I had the keys. Many girls suffering from chronic insomnia came to me to dream about the future and talk about the painful past. With time, I even developed a bit of a storeroom of provisions in one of the empty stationery cupboards. I didn't dare keep alcohol there, so this establishment could not have been rightfully called a nightclub. And in any case, my nocturnal guests were polite in a capitalist way, no one fought or screamed out songs. There were only soulful conversations in the quiet night, under the Israeli night sky, which became more and more dear to me. Soon, either acting by smell or by other senses unknown to modern science, the local guys sensed the nightly gathering of the fairer sex at the ulpan, and, full of desire, tried to get closer and closer. But they could only get as far as the gates, where a man with the keys was standing in a menacing and unbending way, namely, me. My legendary Chernivtsi street smarts turned on in a reasonable way, and on Saturday evenings, at the ulpan, a matchmaking agency began to operate without delay, with the modest but promising name "Your Sweetheart Is Here." The agency performed a complete analysis of each potential client, and in an entirely scientific way, determined the limits of his potential. Only after that did I graciously introduce him to the girls. As a matchmaker, I was strict, but fair, since I pedantically followed the international rules of matchmaking. I soon earned status and respect throughout the perimeter of the ulpan. But most importantly, I brought people happiness. For example, I introduced one young Jerusalem guy to the only heiress of a family of Swiss bankers. I have to note that the Swiss girl was initially upset and pretended to be very mad at me. This happens with young girls. But then, it all returned to normal. According to those same harsh laws of capitalism, on my weekend days when I wasn't matchmaking, I continued to whitewash houses and apartments, or take care of the lawns and flowers at the homes of Jerusalem residents. So, after only a couple of months, I had accumulated a fortune, which would be more than enough for a few years of the most lavish Mediterranean food. But I never did become a cook at the ulpan. Alla Mikhailovna had not seen my full potential. Maybe it's for the best. Toast for the road. This could have happened in the very first day of my life at the ulpan, but didn't happen because of the lack of a suitable container. But in the second week, I began to dry slices of bread into toast. Why waste food? By the time my studies ended, my food supply could have been enough for a full-fledged circumnavigation of the world. My bike was well oiled, my boots hadn't worn out yet, and my pants hadn't worn through at the knees. I had a decent sum of money, too. I was ready to go wherever they told me, but no one told me where to go. I even got mad at the Israelis for their heartless capitalist attitude towards me. I had to act on my own. Depending on our personal strengths, abilities, worldviews, and many other factors, as well as on external factors, we act in a particular way in our lives. Sometimes, an entirely random action can fundamentally change your life. But in any case, if you want to change something in your life, it always happens. Whether it's a good or bad change is another question. As the reader has already seen, I love cardinally changing my life, making yet another unexpected choice. For example, what was I lacking in the USSR? I had everything, except maybe bananas. I always had girls, I often had money for the movies and for pirozhki, From time to time I had some sort of housing and, in fortunate circumstances, work as well. Every year, I took a vacation in the mountains, at the river, or at the sea, maybe the Black Sea and not the Red Sea, but still a sea. I had friends and enemies, open and hidden, which is also normal. I did not need fancy clothes, I was not one to wear jeans and platform shoes. I didn't want American cigarettes and bourgeois alcoholic drinks. I could get drunk on Soviet drinks and smoke Moldavian duina. I did not want to have my own car, ship, factory, plantation, or other means of oppressing the proletariat. My Soviet unemployment was a mild form of idleness which I could have overcome with sufficient will. This is why I was not afraid of capitalist unemployment. I had my arms, legs, a set of skills, I could find a job anywhere. I didn't give a damn about politics or ideology back then. I got an excellent education at a good university, studied physics and math, and could have continued working in that field for the rest of my life in some science lab in Moscow or Novosibirsk. But I wanted radical changes, made a different choice, and ended up at the village of Zamohila, in the middle of nowhere. I had faith in Suk Humlinsky and in my special mission of bringing knowledge to young heads. I was allowed to do that, or more accurately, I allowed myself to do that for a while. In general, I had everything that a normal Soviet person would need. Sometimes, even more than normal. But it turned out that I am not a normal man, and that I needed something else. I left. One fine day, I packed up the limited stuff I might need and left. That was my choice. In my childhood, I thought that physicists and mathematicians were the most amazing people in the world. And physicists were even cooler than mathematicians. They were not as full of complexes and they were more well-rounded, due to the universality of physics as a science. I thought that if I became a physicist, the girl with the beautiful Jewish name Branya, from the other class, would love me, and if I become a famous physicist or even a Nobel laureate, this love would become even stronger and would last forever. A normal reader could think that these thoughts about my future were rather silly and that this is complete nonsense. It's true, but it hurts a little that when I tell the honest truth, it sounds made up and just seems like the fruit of my imagination. For example, when I tell someone that I traveled from Chernivtsi to Novosibirsk with a wooden suitcase full of books, they say that was a great story you made up. But it's the honest truth, though it's hard to believe now. Many people don't even know that suitcases can be wooden. How did I see my future? Very simple and beautiful. I am tanned, with a happy smile on my face, wearing a clean white shirt with two of the top buttons undone, and I am walking uphill. A light wind is blowing in my face and waving my unconquerable hair. I am walking at the very center of a group of young people, and they are just as joyful and happy as me. We clearly see our goal and bravely walk toward it, confident that sooner or later, we will reach it. The real path toward physics was somewhat different. Not exactly the opposite of the above, but it wasn't always headed in the same direction and was very winding. For my whole life, I have had various loony ideas that I believed in wholeheartedly and followed perfectly and self-sacrificingly. Now, of course, I can understand the silliness and baselessness of the overwhelming majority of these ideas. But earlier, I was ready to go to battle for them, losing incredible amounts of time and energy, because I could not see my own future without them. I fought for my ideas till the end, and sometimes I won, and even if I didn't win, at least I got somewhere. Forward or not, didn't matter. In the worst case, I was still moving, which is better than staying in the same place. But even that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that I believed in my success. and now, with enough toast, my chances of success dramatically increased. During my studies at the Ulpan, I got an approximate idea of the kind of work I could find in Israel. Mostly, these were occupations connected to construction, remodeling, or simple service. I wanted to become, for example, a welder. I'd started dreaming of that even before leaving the Soviet Union, and even got some initial instruction from Vovka Kravtsov, my old acquaintance from the Chernivtsi factory. It didn't even cross my mind that I could become an astronaut, a highly qualified doctor, or a great scientist. Still, it was time to make a choice, where to go and what to do after the Ulpan. I needed to make a choice, but I did not have to make it at once. No one was kicking me out or hurrying me along. It was capitalist simplicity: if you want to enjoy life, party, eat and drink, you don't have to work, but if you want to suffer all your life like all the rich and successful people, you need to work. The Israeli government paid for my travel in order to find work. And so, I started traveling all over Israel for free. But things turned out to be simpler and closer. Chapter 2. Graduate School. Back to the proletariat. And so, on a warm April day, I arrived at the Institute of Science named after the first president of the State of Israel, Chaim Weizmann, located in the town of Rehovot. It was all arranged at the institute, and the members of the administration were awaiting me. They graciously directed me to the young Professor Arkady Groisman. He wasn't a full professor yet at that time, but he did speak Russian. We immediately and effortlessly switched over to the informal form of address. Arkasha showed me around the institute, and showed me the physics building and the pool surrounded by beautifully tended lawns and tennis courts. There were not many pools in the USSR, particularly those intended for rest, recreation, and beauty rather than sports, and even less so of those in the open air. This is why the pool at the institute made a great impression on me. It was there that I understood how to sell a house, schedule the showing for the hottest part of the day, and definitely show the pool. If you have a house with a pool, of course. While walking around the institute's campus, I finally had the feeling that this was my place under the sun that I had so arduously searched for in the country of developed socialism. Here, apparently, one could easily join the large number of scientists and not-so-scientific idlers, who shun the exhausting work in the dark basements of the physics labs in favor of swimming in a cool pool on a hot day. It became clear to me, if the Ulpan is marked with the number N in my life, the Weizmann Institute can and should become number N+1. A quarter hour before my interview, Arkasha brought me back to the physics building and left. As soon as he went away, I sat on a bench under a sprawling big tree and slowly ate the bread and cheese I'd taken with me in the morning after breakfast at the Ulpan. The sky immediately became significantly bluer, the trees became much greener, and I felt very, very good. I was well aware that my physics knowledge had lately decreased by an order of magnitude compared to when I was at the university. Skills at card games, which is what I'd most used in Chernivtsi, in no way compensated for the weakening in my scientific knowledge. Those rather sobering thoughts engendered a certain anxiety about the upcoming interview. The optics lab where I'd submitted my application for postgraduate school occupied several basement rooms, in one of which a mustached man was waiting for me, a professor, apparently, though he didn't look like even a docent. I didn't even manage to introduce myself before he started asking me questions about the optics of lenses and prisms. I'd last studied these aspects of optics in 10th grade, and even after all these years, managed to extract something from the storerooms of my memory. But the extract turned out to not be enough. Scientifically speaking, to satisfy the mustached professor. His facial expression did not conceal that fact. After one of my indefinite answers, he dialed some number on the telephone. Okay, I thought, he's calling someone to get me out of here. I was wrong. After a couple of minutes, another guy walked into the room. I noticed the following, and precisely in the sequence: bald, unshaven, wearing khaki shorts, shod in biblical sandals on bare feet, and wearing a t-shirt of indeterminate color. The director of the electronics division of the physics department, Professor Avram Gold, the optical professor, majestically introduced the new arrival. Without saying anything, the stranger scratched his back and a bit lower, and then carelessly straightened his shorts. He looked like a strange man, and I was wary. I was right. He put on the glasses that hung around his neck on a once white shoelace, looked at me, and finally said, "I am Abrashka." "What's your name?" "Shlomo." "How do you earn a living, Shlomo?" "I whitewash apartments, mow lawns, and guard the Ulpan at night 3 nights a week." "That's a good life," he said seriously, and with a restrained smile, continued, "I love working outside in the fresh air. Do you need an assistant, by any chance?" I did not reply, and not because I didn't know the right Hebrew words. It was just that my facial expression already said it all for me, and with perfect clarity, expressed my extreme confusion. Taking advantage of it, the strange professor took the seat left empty by his optical colleague, and unceremoniously put his sandaled feet on his desk, carelessly crossing his legs. Now he looked like a solitary philosopher who had just found water in a hot desert. "You see, they told me that a poor Jew had just appeared at the university, a martyr of communism, who urgently needs help. I don't see anything like that here. Maybe I misunderstood something." Now was my turn to say something. He asked me, and I had to answer. I decided to conceal from him my shameful desire to join the scientific idlers who swim at the pool every day, and said instead, "I spent 5 years studying physics at the university and I want to continue." "And why have you, Shlomo, decided that it's better for you to study physics than to whitewash apartments or mow lawns? Most people don't do any physics at all." By some written evidence, when Oliver Twist first came to work at the cemetery, he understood that from that moment on, until the end of his life, he will work there. By the way, that's also working outside in the fresh air. Only after a couple of minutes of my acquaintance with the professor wearing shorts did I finally recover from the shock. The valve on my central artery opened and blood flowed into my brain. After inhaling deeply, I said, "We physicists, just like any normal people, love to philosophize and present hypothetical theories that we would like to believe in. But unlike the scientific dilettantes, we require an experiment to test our hypothesis. Are you ready, respected Professor Gold, Abrashka?" the professor interrupted. "Respected Abrashka, to test your hypothesis experimentally." Abrashka changed his somewhat ironic tone, and started asking substantive questions. First about mechanics, and then about electricity and magnetism. I was surprised that I could remember anything from those sciences, but my answers still didn't rise to postgraduate school level. But most importantly, I thought that I was going through an admission interview for postgrad school, but the professor in shorts thought that he was interviewing me for a job at his machine shop. And I got the job. Exactly at that machine shop, with a pass to use the pool for the entire 3 months of summer. Swimming at the pool and studying in postgraduate school are bourgeois pursuits, and the job I got was proletarian. Thus, in an easy way, I returned to the proletariat. Also, during that trip to Rehovot, I had an encounter with Chernivtsi. Yes, exactly like that. Buma Galperin studied in a parallel class to me and had wanted to be a doctor ever since his childhood. Right after high school, he went to Kazan Medical School, studied there for 2 years, and in early 1972, emigrated to Israel with his parents. When I arrived there, Buma was still living with his parents, was finishing up his residency at one of the central clinics in Israel, in Rehovot, and was fluent in Hebrew. Even before my trip to the institute, I'd arranged to meet up with Buma and his parents, whom I'd also known in Chernivtsi. They lived in a small apartment on the 3rd floor of a 4-story building on the outskirts of Rehovot. Because the town was small, the outskirts were close to the center, just like the Weizmann Institute. When I got to their place after my interviews, Buma was not home, but his father and mother welcomed me very hospitably, feeding me borscht with sour cream, just like in Chernivtsi. And everything else at their house was just like in Chernivtsi, including the smells. The furniture was Trembita, the rugs were Persian, from the Ryazan department store, the black and red Hutzel runners made in Kosovo, still bearing a faint scent of Carpathian flowers. Buma was at the hospital, and after a late dinner I had to go see him by bus. When I went out on the street, it was late and the sun had disappeared beneath the horizon. Everywhere, people were walking their dogs and retirees played dominoes on the benches. It seemed to me that I'd seen these faces in Chernivtsi. Even though Buma was very busy, he found the time to talk to me. We reminisced about Chernivtsi, and talked about our common acquaintances, those who were in Israel and those who were still in the USSR. We were both glad that we would live in the same town and would be able to talk. We actually did meet up again a month later, but the next time was about 30 years later, at the funeral of a common Chernivtsi acquaintance. I slept a couple of hours at the hospital, and at dawn, took the bus back to Jerusalem. Along the way, I thought that spending the night in a gynecological chair would help me understand women better. But it didn't work out that way. After that, I understood them even less. It's interesting how my fate would have turned out if I hadn't gotten that job at the Weizmann Institute, for it happened completely undeservedly and absolutely randomly. Evita. Everything in Israel began for me by pure chance, and even afterwards still didn't follow any plan. It was simply because I wasn't planning anything. Similarly, randomly, and unplanned, on the day of my arrival in Israel, I met her. Evita. I was experiencing a strange state of total emotional emptiness. Everything was new to me, amazing and fascinating. Herds of all sorts of different girls swirled all around me, and it did not appear possible to focus on any one of them. But nevertheless, Evita was already there, and by her current stories for our children, she'd noticed me at once. The next day, we started our regular Hebrew classes. There were about 15 people in our class. If you subtract me and a couple of other guys, the rest of the female students could be more than attentively studied during a few hours of being together in one classroom. Evita was among them. I got a good look at her. By the 3rd day of classes, I was already well acquainted with many of my fellow students. And, of course, with Evita. On my 26th birthday, I organized a walk around the ancient part of Jerusalem. Someone suggested a contest, each guy carries a girl on his shoulders and we have a race. Evita was a noticeable girl, but all the other guys quickly chose other girls, who didn't look anywhere near as noticeable to me. I chose Evita. And I was not mistaken. It is possible that she chose me, but this is not as important now. Since I ran from Jerusalem to Bethlehem and back twice a week and ate well, I was in very good athletic shape. Evita and I won that race. The fact that victories bring people closer is an undisputed scientific fact of athleticism. When we returned to the Ulpan, the participants in the race gathered in one room, so as to listen to music in a cozier environment. There were half a dozen guys and girls, and I had a Chernivtsi bottle. It was enough so that everyone who wanted to could drink a bit of vodka to my health. Vodka, too, brings people closer together, and so, Evita and I got even closer. For the first time in my life, my relationship with a girl was simple and intuitive. I was not part of some broader plan in her life, I was her plan. She was that for me. Moreover, there was no ideology or practical goals between us. We were friends among friends. We had no common language. Evita spoke Spanish and I spoke Russian, so at first, it was hard. But then, things became as simple as anything. Of course, I had to turn on all my natural charm and unconquerable charisma to get our conversation flowing. But this was not hard. I used all my well-tested methods of flirtation. After the first month, Evita and I were already best friends, but not more. It is valuable enough to be around your best friend every day without any breaks, when you are all alone and far from home. It was a regular thing at the Ulpan for the students to gather after dinner in someone's room to do their homework. I only rarely participated in these scholarly procedures. I had lost the habit for that at the university and at that point, felt a certain awkwardness or even shame in joining. Nevertheless, I went once to do my homework with Evita in her room. It's hard to believe, but I had no sneaky Don Juan plans for seducing her that evening, she was only a friend. We were sitting at the table facing each other, and Evita rose to get a book off a shelf. She stood on her tiptoes and stretched her left arm upward. At that moment, her perfect young figure stretched out, bent a little, and became so beautiful that even a shy young man such as myself rose from my chair and got close. When Evita turned, her face was mere millimeters from mine. For a few seconds, we stood in silence, breathing the same air. I don't know what she was thinking about. I was definitely not thinking about anything. Silently and slowly, I took her free right hand into my left hand, and embraced her just above the waist with my right arm. She did not resist in any way. Then I kissed Evita right on the lips. She did not return my kiss, but closed her eyes and blushed intensely. I let her go, took a step backwards, and continued looking her right in the eyes, without blinking. I had nothing to say and no need to justify myself. If I had another 1,000 opportunities like this, I would have done exactly the same. But it didn't happen, because these opportunities happen only once in a lifetime and we never forget them. With every new conversation and every new meeting, Evita and I continued to get closer, and I won. Though later, Evita said that she was the one who won. We were torn away from our parents and found ourselves in a completely alien environment. We were both looking for support in life. We had to build that support, and building is more fun together. After a couple of months, Evita and I got so close that we were inseparable. It's like our lives were intertwined. We studied together, ate together, guarded the Ulpan at night together, and did a lot of other things together as well. The only thing I did myself without Evita was praying in the mornings for a month, according to the condition of my bar mitzvah, such is the harsh Jewish law. With time, we developed our own jokes, expressions, and habits. All our friends were common friends. We'd forgotten our disparate past to such a degree that it seemed like we both were born at the Ulpan on the same day, and that this happened only a few months ago. As the end of our Ulpan period neared, the threads of our souls were fully intertwined. Both she and I wanted to tie them in a knot. But how? Our common future was indefinite. By the middle of April, I got a job in Rehovot, and Evita got one at the airport, 20 kilometers from Rehovot. Not bad for a start. Evita moved in with her cousin in Rehovot. The cousin's husband was a postgraduate student at the Weizmann Institute. There were many coincidences that are hard to believe. Here is one more. In Rehovot, we lived at a distance of literally 100 meters. Can you believe that? The next step in closeness between us happened when Evita met my grandmother. To prepare for her official visit, I taught Evita 2.5 words in Russian. But I should have done Yiddish instead. My grandmother was very surprised when she found out that my girlfriend didn't speak a word of Yiddish. Ever since then, she said the same poem to Evita every time they met: table, tish, fish, fish, knife, messer, better, besser. That's how my grandmother tried to help Evita become fluent in Chernivtsi Yiddish. I will not prevaricate or be secretive about it. Prior to our meeting, Evita did not cook at all. But I learned something from my mother. Once, we decided to fry some eggs. I wanted to make them Chernivtsi style and Evita wanted them Spanish style, and neither one was yielding. More than 40 years have passed since then, and to this day, we have never made fried eggs again in our house. We were young and lonely in a strange country. It was much easier together. We even developed our own slang, understood by only two people, Evita and me. Once, we went to a student party at the Weizmann Institute and got into a slight quarrel. Something like the one with the eggs. Evita got mad and left. I desperately spent several hours looking for her all over Rehovot, before finding her at home late in the evening. No, we will never part again. An ace in Africa. Sooner or later, every man makes this decision. Sometimes it is not an easy one, but the making of this important decision is practically inevitable for everyone. Just like the sunrise, like the moonrise in the night sky, like the coming of spring or the end of summer. Be it as it may, we will get married. It was possible that this decision was made early in the morning, or maybe at lunchtime, or maybe, even in the evening right before bed, I don't remember. And it's not important, just like the issue of who mentioned it first. I can say one thing with confidence: no one other than Evita and I had anything to do with this decision. We made it together, freely, and with no pressure. By the end of summer, I was already over 26, and was more than ready to tie the knot. Evita had just turned 23, and was also fully grown and formed as a family-oriented romantic personality. In sum, we were relatively independent and responsible young people. It's decided, there will be a wedding. How can there be a marriage without a wedding? What did I know about weddings then? Nothing at all. Just guesses. I guessed, for example, that in order to have a wedding, you need a bride and groom first of all, and secondly, guests who celebrate the wedding and give gifts to the young couple. And also, from prior experience, I knew that for a wedding, you need mayonnaise and green peas. So, I knew a lot already, much more than Evita, in any case. But I had no idea about the problems accompanying weddings. For example, who would give us presents? We would get nothing from the Chernivtsi, Novosibirsk, and Zamohila guests. Simply because they wouldn't come, especially the latter. It is 1978, the very height of the power and indestructibility of the Iron Curtain. The only people let out of the USSR were small groups under the observation of the KGB, just to go to Bulgaria or East Germany to get bubble gum and come back immediately. Maybe some guests would come from Spain with presents. That's better. Then we made a historic decision, to have the wedding itself in Spain, in Barcelona, with all the Spaniards that are abundant there. It was a rather cruel joke, but I risked sending wedding invitations to Chernivtsi and Novosibirsk. I didn't send anything to Zamohila. I didn't want to joke so cruelly and cause so much commotion in the entire Potila region for decades to come. The second problem came right after the first. It turned out that I had no right to leave Israel because I had no passport. Just like a Soviet kolkhoz worker before the Khrushchev reforms. At the passport department, they firmly told me that I owed a lot to the state of Israel for its help, and that my debt will be forgiven only in a couple of years, on the condition that I stay there to live and work. It didn't occur to me that I could pay off all those debts right then. And Evita and I didn't have that kind of money anyway. Evita started crying. It's a well-known fact, brides are very nervous until they become wives. She really didn't want to postpone our wedding for 2 years for some bureaucratic reason, even though she knew that I had no intentions of leaving her. The problem got resolved in the end. I'll describe the solution later. Before the wedding, we decided to spend 3 weeks at a small Spanish port town on the Mediterranean coast of Africa, an autonomous city in Spain called Melilla, an enclave of Morocco. Evita was born and raised there. She wanted to spend some time with her family and, of course, introduce me to her closest relatives. As for me, I wanted to find out if an ace is an ace even in Africa. The history of my interactions with Africa began a long time ago. It could be that it began in Chernivtsi, at the gathering place for gamblers in Chernivtsi called Academy. Every time my partner, nicknamed Mustachio, won a hand by laying down an ace, he importantly stated an ace is an ace even in Africa. Oftentimes, Mustachio used this mysterious thesis relative to other objects around us. Once, I couldn't restrain myself and noted with irritation, "How do you know so much about Africa? Is your dad a member of the Politburo and did he arrange a safari in Kenya for you?" knowing full well that his dad was an ordinary shoemaker at the shoe shop on Russian Street. I have a vivid imagination, of course, but I could not imagine that about 9 months after that conversation with Mustachio, I would be able to personally see what an ace in Africa looks like. When I was in 7th grade, on the wall of our classroom on ceremonious display was a political map of the world. None of my classmates paid any attention to the map, but it was thanks to it that I learned about Spain and its overseas possessions to a much greater extent than is needed for a happy 7th grader in the Soviet Union. The world is one, and only our USSR life flowed separately from everyone else, off to the side. I haven't counted how many times I'd traveled to Spain after that, more than 50 and less than 100, but the first time stuck in my memory for a long time. Even though this was a part of Spain that was in Africa. We took the small car belonging to Evita's parents and often drove to neighboring Morocco, where we ate amazing meatballs. They reminded me of the homemade Chernivtsi meatballs my mother used to make. Imagine my condition and emotions. Just a few months ago, I was in gloomy, rainy Chernivtsi, and now, I'm in happy, sunny Morocco, by the sea, and most importantly, eating hot meatballs with cold beer, completely undiluted by water and for which I didn't have to stand in line. Soon, the local press found out that their town was graced by the presence of a young man who had had the good fortune to live in the Soviet Union, where equality, brotherhood, and justice reigned supreme. They were very interested in how Comrade Brezhnev was feeling personally, and to a smaller extent, other Politburo members, whose names they could not pronounce. For that matter, they had trouble with the World Politburo as well. I was even invited to give a small press conference, but then they changed their minds, because the only Spanish I knew was Adelante hacia la victoria del comunismo, which mean forward, to the victory of communism, and they couldn't find a good Russian Spanish translator on short notice. In a couple of days, I became very popular in the town. Every passerby said hello to me and took pictures with me. When the local tailor measured me for the wedding suit, he knew that these measurements would come in handy for the monument they'd raise to me in the main town square. It's possible that by now the monument is there already. The colorful African bazaars made an indelible impression on me. They were much ahead of the famous Chernivtsi Red Army Bazaar when it came to their assortment of exotic goods, whose flavors I knew nothing about back then. And Spanish coffee is absolutely knock you off your feet amazing. It didn't knock me off my feet, of course, but it did make me sit down. To this day, the scent of Spanish cortado is one of my favorite scents. I was sad to leave Africa, but I had urgent business in Barcelona. Mustachio was right, after all, an ace really is an ace, even in Africa. Barcelona and Paris. In every person's life, there are moments when his psychological state feels somehow separated from his physical state. I get this way when there is a delay between the rapid changes in my environment and my relatively slow adaptation to these changes. This is what happened when, one fine day after lunch, I found myself in Barcelona for the first time. My prior ideas about Spain were based on the many times I'd watched the popular movie, Queen of the Chanticleer, by Rafael Gil. So, I expected every Spanish woman to look like the beautiful Sarah Montiel. I was substantially disappointed when I failed to find her among many of the Spanish women I saw in Barcelona. I'd seen many cities previously, but none of them made such a strong impression on me. In Barcelona, the rapid change in my environment came very far ahead of my reaction to it. I could not follow my own feelings, they rushed over me and crushed me. As for Barcelona itself, I found it unexpectedly lovely, though very bourgeois. Though there was something in the city that was its own, different from other deeply bourgeois cities. The Spanish had built uncountable quantities of shops there. Obviously, this was done so that one could walk around, buying everything in one's path. But this didn't turn out to be as simple as it looked at first sight, or even at second or third sight. Though one could get used to it with time. By the time of my first trip to Barcelona, my knowledge of Spanish had significantly broadened and strengthened, and I was capable of existing independently in a Spanish-speaking environment, visiting historic places and architectural masterpieces, and of course, going shopping. I was left to my own devices, because literally the day after our arrival, Evita got lost in a purchasing and trying on whirlwind, and we only saw each other again on our wedding day. I had to resist the diverse temptations of the local shops all by myself. In Europe, it is common knowledge that the further south a country is, the faster people talk there. Because Spain is very far south, it would mean that Spanish people talk very fast. This is true. Also, they talk a lot and for an incredibly long time. So, I had to get used to that too, as well as the pre-wedding shopping trips. Familiar and unfamiliar Spaniards loved telling me various stories, probably because I did not interrupt them, but only nodded tactfully. One could say that I gave them a unique opportunity to finally have their say, because they don't listen to each other quite so attentively. Sometimes, they don't listen at all, systematically interrupting their interlocutor without even letting them finish a single sentence. I still can't understand why an overwhelming majority of people prefers talking over listening. What primal human instincts cause this? Self-preservation. Curiosity? The herd mentality? Maybe Spaniards eat a lot of butter in the morning. This unexpected conclusion came to me because they drink a lot of wine and other alcoholic beverages without getting drunk at all. There are a lot of other strange things in Spain. For example, the day lasts a very long time, they sit down to dinner at midnight, and at 2 a.m., everyone goes out for drinks, at a theater. Strange. Of course. To a theater? For drinks. Once, long after midnight, I was mildly drunk and expected that at a theater, as usual, Hamlet would be out catching Chekhov's 3 seagulls. But to my surprise, a lot of girls, wearing only thongs, ran out on the stage and started singing with an orchestra accompanying. When they came up to us to introduce themselves after the show, I understood that they were all men. They had all the proof. That's how strange Barcelona nightlife is. If my impression of Spain was based on a well-known movie, the Spaniards thought that in the Soviet Union everyone drinks like Bondarchuk's character in the well-known movie Fate of a Man. To make sure of that, they actually found a real faceted glass and a bottle of Stolichnaya, and surrounding me in a ring, demanded that I drink the way one is supposed to, without eating anything, at least a couple of glasses before the wedding. To their disappointment, I did not drink the entire bottle, though I did drink a lot of it to give me courage. It didn't help. I was so nervous that even alcohol had no effect. Though afterwards, at the wedding, I felt good and relaxed. I didn't get in any fights, but I unexpectedly jumped out on the stage and started plaintively singing Russian bar songs from the repertoire of Lev Rubashkin and Alexandra Verdinsky. The songs immediately caused tears in at least some of the guests. None of them knew Russian, so each one understood the unfamiliar words in their own way, though they cried the same way. In addition, we ate well-known Spanish dishes and drank plenty of local wine. I personally was very happy with the wedding, with my new wife, with the guests, and with the gifts. And, of course, with myself. Being very happy is a well-known attribute of a married man, when he is 26 and his wife is 23. The next day was the wedding of Evita's younger sister. Now there were 4 of us newly married people. Next, according to capitalist custom, was the honeymoon. This wasn't the USSR after-wedding tradition of the hangover and the cruise on the Dniester on homemade rafts wearing satin swim trunks. This was serious, Paris. Prior to this, I'd never seen anything taller than the Stizhik mountain, close to Bergamat, and here was the Eiffel Tower and the motley bustle of Parisian life. I will not describe this life in detail, because many of my colleagues, writers from the past, have already described it. We, too, checked in at all the well-known tourist places in Paris and its vicinity. I will only say that Paris had initially amazed me with its scale and its breadth, but literally the next day, turned into another ordinary big city, easily recognizable and familiar, and in some undefinable way, reminding one of Little Chernivtsi. Or maybe the other way around. I'd been to Paris many times since, and with every year, my impression of that amazing city faded. Everything fades with the years. Strawberries and pears do not smell like they smelled in childhood. That was when I discovered for myself that a honeymoon is not the same thing as tourism for old people, though, better late than never. It was only after a month and a half that we returned to Israel and began to live together in the apartment we'd rented. That was our other life. Not the single life. The Weizmann Institute. Weddings are fine and good, but life does not consist solely of weddings. I had to study and work, seriously and copiously. I was a married man now, with a family. Moreover, I had great life plans and needed to realize them. Even though the grandiose plans of my youth had degraded into great plans, they'd become practically achievable with the application of maximal effort, and, of course, the element of luck. When I filed my application at the Weizmann Institute, I felt like I was playing a game of preference with a bad hand, without a single 7. I had no idea then that I actually had 2 7s. One quickly turned out to be my boss, Professor Gold, the man in shorts, whom I will describe later. But the other was my internal motor, which I'd rather foolishly ignored for at least a few years. Yet in the meantime, it continued working and dragging me forward and upward, upward and forward. In my early days at the Institute, I was a piece of pliable clay that could be molded into anything. But then, I began to gradually harden. The machine shop that began my life at the Weizmann Institute greeted me like a long-lost friend. There, I'd learned to understand the machinists, with whom I'd built good professional and personal relationships for many years ahead. This is not entirely surprising, because I was made from the same proletarian clay as all of them. The next steps for me were my gradual inclusion into the life of the Institute. I familiarized myself with the libraries, cafeterias, buildings, and most importantly, with many precious people. I learned to understand my boss from a single word, and sometimes with no words at all. Now we are all colleagues, and I am also a part of the workforce of this huge scientific institution in Israel, and overall, the entire worldwide community of scientists. Programming and computer work soon became an ordinary routine for me. There was no internet in those days, but there was an inter-university system called BitNet, through which one could correspond with others and read scientific articles. Now, the amount of information on the internet has increased by millions, but I am not sure at all whether there are any more readers. I think that the number of readers is the same, but they read less and write more. The internet has become simply another arena of self-expression, in science as well. I actively got to know people and they took an interest in me as well. Some ask me what language I think in, or how and with whom I talk in my dreams. It was hard for me to answer, because I'd never paid attention to this, and can't remember my dreams anyway. During my time at the Weizmann Institute and an intensive parallel study of 3 languages at once, I discovered that my own thinking had a solid detachment and complete invariance of language. This discovery made me think more seriously about the individual processes of my cognition and the consequent, logically following elements of any creative process in general, and the inventive process in particular. I am not a sculptor, composer, or even an architect, but I am sure that if I were engaged in creative work in those areas, my thinking and creative processes would have been the same. The skill of thinking adequately in abstractions is the most important attribute and the basis of any creative process. Even though I did not get to attend a lot of courses at the Weizmann Institute, those I did attend were extremely useful to me. Of course, just like in my student days, I had to submerge myself in the bustling atmosphere of lectures and seminars, written and oral exams. After the successful passing of an exam, I felt my knowledge increase and strengthen, and wanted even more to apply it in practice. At the Weizmann Institute, there was no formal scientific hierarchy, the false Soviet reverence for rank, or management privileges. Informal, friendly interactions with the scientists and specialists at the Institute or its guests were encouraged. So, I had the unique opportunity to learn from a wide range of scientists with world reputations and incredibly valuable practical experience. I took my first steps in patenting, inventing, and the commercialization of my inventions at the Weizmann Institute in the very first year of my work there. It seems like nothing special, but if you are not familiar, for example, With the multitude of bureaucratic details in patenting, you cannot succeed in your invention process. It all needed to be learned. The most important thing was, though, that having some theoretical knowledge and practical skills gives you confidence in your own abilities. And this is incredibly important for an inventor or a scientist. Though I was physically healthy, I was more and more interested in technology for testing the parameters of human organs and systems. This medical application is a part of the field of non-invasive testing and diagnostics. The study of the history of the development of medical devices is useful not just for physicists and engineers, but for the broader public. By analyzing and studying the past, we can try to see into the future. It is not easy to predict the development of technological processes, but one cannot expect a successful tomorrow without it. Yes, success only happens in 1 out of 10 cases, but if you reach it, the reward can be amazing. Just like any extrapolating method and creative process, this sort of prediction takes intensive study, energy, and time. I learned this at the Institute too. After 3 years of preparation and a lot of discussion, the topic for my dissertation was confirmed: nuclear magnetic resonance and tomography. The original push toward this problem was, of course, given to me by the Weizmann Institute and my work there. Professor Gold. If there are any multifaceted aspects to my nature, each facet, at least in part, has been carefully formed and polished by the director of the electronics lab of the physics department of the Weizmann Institute, Professor Avram Gold, whom everyone called simply Abrashka. At first, I could not bring myself to address Professor Gold as Abrashka, but there was no other way. Everyone, from the cleaning lady to the heads of laboratories, called him that and nothing else. He was a legendary personality, with no exaggeration, well known in scientific and technical circles, not just in Israel, but all over the world. His solutions to scientific problems were elegant and simple and invoked great lasting respect. He was lazy in everything except science. He always was the first to show up for work at the Institute. Though, after I came to work there, Abrashka was the second, and our cleaning lady with the beautiful name of Juliet was the third. At the start of my 3-month summer probationary period, I was mostly engaged in maintaining cleanliness and order at the machine shop of our department. After the first month, I went further and independently learned to work on all sorts of machines. I did this skillfully and with pleasure. I'd been familiar with lathes since my school days, and worked on them quickly and accurately, but I did have to learn how to use a milling machine. My workplace, the machines, the cutting tools, and all the other instruments were always in order, were used carefully, and were clean to a shine. The drawings I made for machine work were easy to read and convenient to use. The work went well, and I always went home last, pleased with myself and in a good mood. This was immediately noticed and, after a short time, highly valued. I was also learning a lot of other very important things: foreign languages, programming, mathematics, physics. After the successful conclusion of my probationary period, I was accepted into graduate school to take a year-long preparatory course. Just like in the old days, I started going to lectures and seminars and taking exams. I became Professor Gold's graduate student. But enough talking about me. First, I want to talk about what kind of person Abrashka really was, and how he polished the facets of my personality. I am infinitely grateful to him for that. He has helped me a lot without even noticing it, in words and deeds. Here is a vivid example. My wedding, as I'd already told the reader, was planned for October 1978 in Barcelona. but I had no passport and could not leave the country. At the Weizmann Institute, there was a special and rather democratic department for foreign travel, more like a travel agency than the first department, basically the KGB, at Soviet science institutions. I knew one of the employees of that department, named Shmulik. He played tennis with us in the mornings and also sold fresh eggs to his colleagues at the institute from a collective farm in Israel called Moshav where he lived. It was not impossible that these eggs were fresh, though I'd never verified it personally. So I went to this Shmulik and told him, clearly and with maximum confidence, I desperately need a passport in order to get married. Please help, I said, meekly awaiting an affirmative answer. You're a Brashka's graduate student? Shmulik asked me joyfully, for some reason. As if I was planning to marry a Brashka. Yes, a graduate student, and yes, a Brashka's. What's wrong with that? The only wrong thing is that I have no passport. I answered with a bit of irritation. I will help you with your passport, he said importantly and paused for a long while, adding, but your professor has to call me personally and ask for this for you. Nothing doing, I went to Abrashka and passed along these pathetic words of this no less pathetic Shmulik. He got very agitated and turned red. Then, after cooling down a bit, he said with irritation, I do not know Russian, but I have learned one short and very important sentence. And not because that sentence was Tsar Nikolai's favorite sentence, or so they say, and after a short pause, he unexpectedly yelled out in Russian without addressing anyone in particular, "Get out of here." I have heard this "get out of here" from him many times since, sometimes it was addressed to me, but in the majority of cases, to others. Abrashka wasn't afraid of anyone. Never mind some sort of Shmulik. So I was thinking that things looked bad. When I come home without a passport, Evita will kill me. Maybe not all the way dead, but I definitely won't be healthy the next day. What Shmulik can do, I can do too, Professor Gold said peacefully after calming down, and I had my passport after a week. I still am not sure whether Abrashka knew that by helping me with the passport, he was assuming responsibility for all my debts to the state of Israel. When I went to serve in the regular army for a year and a half, the soldier salary was only enough for cigarettes. Abrashka gave me a well-paying job for the weekends, and thus seriously helped me financially. My first teachers in patenting and invention, to which I devoted many years of my life, were Abrashka and Nahum Fish. Nahum always worked with Professor Gold. He was an Orthodox Jew from America, graduated from Princeton with a physics degree, and got his law degree at Yale. I had a great selection of excellent teachers at that time. From Abrashka, I learned not to hurry in this difficult task of invention and patenting. During my studies in graduate school, I put a lot of different inventions into my desk drawer. But Gold insisted that my best inventions were still ahead of me and that I should save my energy for those to come. I also understood that I do not want to compete with millions of smart inventors. I will compete only in those areas where invention is the result of decades of study and training. I spent many long hours on this work. But work is not hard if you're very interested. I learned that from Abrashka too. I worked a lot and it was not hard for me. By the end of my graduate studies, I started getting invited to the best known and the totally unknown, secret, technical organizations in Israel, because they knew I was Abrashka's only student. Thus, I did not have to go through the interview process. They rightfully thought that if I'd lasted 5 years with Abrashka, I must be the most stress-resistant person in the world. Maybe not in the whole world, but definitely in Israel. They didn't realize that I was already the world champion in patience. Moreover, By the time my graduate studies ended, I got my ranking in patenting and invention, then I'd grow to an expert, and then to an international grandmaster. In conclusion, I will note that in the entire 5 years of graduate school, I never managed to take a single swim in that pool. The central axis. When a raw piece of meat is thrown on a sizzling frying pan, it jumps at first, as if it were alive, and then it calms down, lies still, and finally gets fried. When I first came to Israel, I felt like that piece of meat. The process of self-discovery, frying, took me the 3.5 months of Ulpan. And only then, after the hothouse, my real Israeli life began. The first 6 years were spent in graduate school, studying, research, and preparing my dissertation. That was the central axis. Everything else spun around that. I was 26 years old, and my main task was to stay at the Weizmann Institute. They gave me only 3 months to prove myself. But that was not the only thing I had to spend time on. I also had to accomplish the impossible and reach for the unreachable. At the same time, I had to continue my Hebrew studies. Working at the crowded machine shop gave me the chance to talk to native-born Israelis, with total immersion in the language, which obviously helped a lot. Additionally, I started studying English, so important in the West, in the evenings and on weekends. I had to recall what I'd studied in school and at the university. I recalled the famous English textbook we had at the Novosibirsk State University. Though I'd forgotten the author's name, the faraway Rosa Shafi Gulina hadn't left my memory. I was sad about that, but only for a moment. This beautiful life continues for Rosa and for me, and there is no room for sadness in a life like that. Now about advanced technology. At the Novosibirsk University, we had a BASM-4 second-generation computer with an Algol 60 compiler. In the early 70s, we used punch cards as the main data storage. I used to joke that it would take a couple of microseconds to run my program, but to bring the punch cards to the computing center would take a couple of days, on a horse-drawn cart with a drunk driver. In reality, it took about 2 weeks to get our results, but we were still glad to be in the front lines of progressive humanity. In 1978, the Weizmann Institute already had a modern IBM computer, which, along with all its terminals, took up several rooms all over the institute. During the workday, access to the terminal was restricted. I'd long lost the habit of standing in Soviet airlines by then. Thus, I had to work either very early in the morning or very late in the evening, and sometimes at night too. I had a wide variety of activities, and none of them could be left uncovered. For this, I had to have a well-thought-out tactical and strategic plan. It was much simpler at school and at the university. There, they told you what to do and by when, and you just had to do it. Almost all the responsibility was with the teachers. At the Weizmann Institute, no one told anyone what to do. You had to think, plan, and execute everything yourself. If you're not lazy, of course. And this happened too. Finally came that memorable day, December 31st, 1978, when I felt completely free for the first time. Of course, I was dependent on many people and many things, but not personally on someone or specifically on something. Finally, I was swimming on my own, at first flailing around helplessly, gulping water and sinking to the bottom more than once. But then, it started working, at first uncertainly, then more confidently. I was swimming and surprised that I was. Now I knew where to go, though I was still very far from shore. I started developing my own unique creative style and interests. I was more and more consciously drawn to inventorship and patenting and their commercial component. Because I already had a beautiful wife at home, I couldn't stand alcohol, and had quit gambling. I spent all my spare money on books. For now, all in Russian. I bought them at used bookstores, they were cheaper there. Mainly, I bought books in 4 categories: textbooks I'd studied at the university, Landau and Lifshitz, Fichten Goltz, Maltsev, and Godunov; language textbooks, for more than 20 different languages, manuals that described concrete and specific technologies in detail, for example, how to make cheese or plywood, or what is measured in flying machines, and books about predictions of the future for 30 to 40 years from now. One day, after a lecture on magnetic resonance tomography by Professor Peter Mansfield from England, I went into Abrashka's office. That was great. I think it is a very promising direction in medical technology, I said excitedly to him, continuing our 2-year-long discussion about promising technologies for the next 20 to 30 years. I agree, Abrashka said, curtly and with seeming indifference, as usual. 40 years have passed since then, and all these years I've been working on different types of magnetic resonance tomography. The scientists who had more experience than me in that area have already died. And I'm still alive and still interested in this. As for Sir Peter Mansfield, he later received the Nobel Prize for the discovery and development of magnetic resonance tomography. Alas, I did not. The process of formation of an inventor and scientist, or simply a grown man, is extremely complex, long, and sometimes unpleasant. It is possible that this is why I still don't want to know how they really make sausages and hot dogs, because I don't want to lose my desire to eat Moscow hot dogs and Chernivtsi sausage. Knowing the mom and dad of Lenya Four Eyes, my classmate from Chernivtsi, I don't want to know how and with what they made him. Let people think what they want, I will think that the stork brought him. After I found my central axis, life became much better and easier. Chapter 3. Adjustment. Scheduled lunch. I began my journey on the heroic path described for future generations by Comrade Iron Felix Dzerzhinsky quite early, still in 7th grade, when I was either elected or assigned to be the chairman of the Youth National Security Club in my Chernivtsi school number 18. I could have continued on that honorable path and even gone all the way to its end, if such a thing exists. I was offered solid recommendations to get into the secret Moscow National Security College, named after that very same Dzerzhinsky. These recommendations were given by my school and by another comrade who remains classified even after death. But at one point in my childhood, I sat down and realized that there are not too many female spies, and that their only role is, mostly, to compromise the male spies. Spying is a harsh and masculine discipline. Then, I chose a different direction in life, dancing, which did not obligate me to anything and which implied the obligatory presence of at least one elegant woman. Then I changed from dancing to physics, thus demonstrating to the whole world that women were not the most important thing for me, though I do value them very highly. But despite that, for my entire life, somewhere around me, and around every other Soviet citizen, there were always spies and national security officials. In Soviet lingo, Chekists, the member of Cheka, which was the Soviet Extraordinary Commission, the forerunner of the KGB. In my youth, still in the USSR, I must have had many encounters with various well-disguised informers, spies, and other similar people. How could I not meet any, if they were at least 2% of the population? Once, I had this thought: what kind of spies and informers are there here, in my new homeland? Could it be that there are none at all? And so, literally in the first year of my life in Israel, I got an invitation to come to a special department of the service of the Prime Minister for some sort of interview. They promised to refund my travel money and to feed me lunch. Despite the fact that I was not personally familiar with the Prime Minister at the time and that he had not come to my bar mitzvah, I had nothing against the interview. But still, I was intrigued by the goal and the subject of such an unexpected interview. I quickly understood that this was something classified, but with lunch, paid travel, and possibly without a night in jail. It could be that this was somehow connected with my work at the Youth National Security Club at school. Or maybe with the fact that I really liked some scenes from the Soviet movie 17 Moments of Spring about spies. It could also be that they would ask me about my classmate Vitka, whose great-grandfather served in the Tsar's security force, then as a steward in the NKVD, and then somehow got lost in the wilds of the Gulag. But these were just my suppositions. I came to the appointed place at the appointed hour, and they were already waiting for me. Apparently, all the spy agencies in the world are similarly punctual and well prepared. They led me to a room where my mysterious interviewer was already sitting. As soon as the door closed behind me, I asked, in as business-like a tone as possible, "Is this where I'll have the interview and the lunch?" "Did you get hungry along the way?" answered the middle-aged man in a plaid short-sleeved shirt, letting me understand by his tone that today he will be asking the questions, not answering them. Maybe I'm hungry and maybe not. This is not really relevant to our business. But in your invitation, it says, I stopped for a few seconds, taking the slightly crumpled official invitation out of my pocket, that lunch will be provided, though there is no time specified. When is your lunch time, then? Lunch has to happen exactly at noon, otherwise my stomach will begin to rumble, and this may interfere not just with our interview, but with the operative plans of the entire Israeli security force. I made up my answer in a similarly business-like tone. My answer was designed to pursue two goals simultaneously: to definitely get my lunch as soon as possible, anything can happen in life, and to see how the local spy reacts to cheerful nonsense. I can say that I understood his silent indifferent reaction right away and was pleased. Lunch will happen at noon. I can also understand people without words. Life in the USSR was very helpful in that regard. I am not as simple as it seems, I am a fully prepared agent. Then our interview happened. In reality, I had nothing to say, but I had to stretch out the conversation to noon so that there would not be the slightest reason to cancel the free lunch. I made up some stuff along the way, and answered as slowly as possible, so it sounded more true. I have to say that there was no effort to recruit me. I was not hurt by this, but I felt a little awkward. Moreover, the conversation was very friendly and peaceful. My interviewer did scare me a little at one moment, when he asked about one strategic colonel with whom I'd once been to the Sandunovsky sauna in Moscow. I couldn't remember anything relevant, though, because at that moment my eyes were covered in soap and my ears were completely covered with a bathing cap shaped like Felix Dzerzhinsky's beloved cap, so the question about the colonel disappeared all by itself. I made sure that these people had no relation to Dzerzhinsky, just like Israel had no relation to socialism, which I'd started to forget a little. Ever since then, I'd had a distrust of Israeli national security. How can one trust an organization that gives away free lunch? The housing question. When I lived in the Soviet Union, I knew that I would never have my own apartment. It was so natural that even thinking about it was useless. So, I never even signed up for a waiting list for an apartment. There was no reason to waste time on it. But here is an interesting thing: there were millions of apartments in the USSR, and people lived in those apartments. The reasonable question then is this: how did they get these apartments? I don't know, but I am sure that each separate acquisition of housing can take up an entire saga or a serialized TV show in at least 12 episodes. The diligent reader is already familiar with the folding bed in the hall and the door on top of a bathtub that served as a bed in the semi-basement apartment on Frying Pan Street, which served me well in my Soviet home. Then there were various dorms at the university, tents on camping trips, bunk beds in train compartments, and many other shelters for the night in all sorts of different places and in a multitude of circumstances. When I arrived in Israel, I lived at the Ulpan in a room with 2 roommates. One of my neighbors was a communist from capitalist America. He was a comrade at a communal farm in Israel, characterized by communal possessions and equality in labor and consumption, called kibbutz, and was learning Hebrew at the Ulpan. English wasn't enough for him, apparently, the insatiable bourgeois. In all other respects he was a great guy. He had the tools for whitewashing apartments, and the 2 of us picked up painting jobs for the weekends. I was in such an excellent mood that I planned to whitewash the entire city of Jerusalem, and my mood improved from day to day. My other neighbor was a Norwegian pastor. Every evening before bed, he prayed. He prayed on his knees, putting his clasped hands on his bed. Let him pray, I thought. It doesn't worsen the consequences of global warming or other negative processes. I don't know why or about what he prayed. But if he did that in order to learn Hebrew faster, it was useless. Prayers don't help for something like that. After a while, I made friends with the pastor, too. Often, we would take walks after dinner in the neighborhood of our Ulpan and engage in unhurried theological discussions. He was a well-rounded, educated, and highly moral man. I was his opposite. I was a physicist and loved women. Even so, it was interesting to talk with him. He wanted to find out more about my faith, and I wanted to understand his logic. We never did find the common denominator, despite all our pleasant conversations, and our numerators, too, were separated by an infinite abyss. After the Ulpan in Jerusalem, I moved to the dorm of the Weizmann Institute in Rehovot. My summer probationary period was accompanied not just by a salary, but also by housing. The last free bed in one of the institute dorms was in a 4-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of an ordinary apartment building. That bed was in a room already occupied by a German graduate student from a no less German town of Frankfurt. There were 8 of us there altogether, 2 young students in each room. After a month, Evita joined me in the dorm, which my German neighbor really didn't like. Perhaps, it reminded him of the Soviet occupation of Germany. Because of that, and also because of the other reasons for our incompatibility, we entered into a verbal argument. In 1945, the Soviet soldiers unscrewed all the taps in Germany and took them back to the Soviet Union, without understanding that there won't be any water coming out of them at home, even if they're open, the fascists declared in the peak of our argument. I will not quote here what I said to him and how I said it, but I will note that I have never said anything like that to anyone else, before or after this incident. I had to take my bed out to the balcony. Evita and I now slept under the open Israeli sky, full of stars. For the non-Israeli readers, I will state that there are no mosquitoes and no rain in Israel in the summer. When we came back from our honeymoon, we moved into our own apartment, leased for a year. For the first time in my life, I had my own place with a kitchen, a balcony, a bathroom, and even a bathtub, in which I planned to keep carp for our holiday table. There was even furniture in the apartment, left by the previous tenant, a professor from the Weizmann Institute who left for a sabbatical. Now we could have guests. I love inviting people over, maybe because I don't like visiting people myself. After a while, a light morning breeze from the northwest brought us the news that new immigrants could buy an apartment with a 30-year mortgage. Now I know what happened 30 years after that. At the time, I had no idea. But nevertheless, we got such an apartment in a building where all the tenants except my wife were from Chernivtsi, Belts, and Lipkin. There were no people from Brychand there, though. All the Brickhaners lived in the neighboring building. I won't describe the full bouquet of feelings and emotions experienced by our neighbors towards us in this new place, because it corresponds to the 6 main senses of a healthy person. As a minimum, 5 of them were devoted to the detailed study of my wife Evita. At any time of day and night, according to the old Soviet tradition as practiced in Belts, the entire female population of our building was sitting on a bench by the entrance. They heard, smelled, sensed, remembered, and looked at everything happening in their field of vision. Every time Evita came into or out of the building, she was studied in detail by tens of intense and demanding eyes, and her clothes were felt by at least a pair of hands. I must note that my wife always dressed in very stylish French, Italian, Spanish clothes, and looked like a model. She could have walked the catwalk at any prestigious fashion show. But no. At first, she had to satisfy the visual, tactile, and gustatory needs of the tenants in our building. There were many incredible stories that happened in that apartment of ours. I'll tell you one of them. We ordered some furniture for our kitchen. A couple of weeks later, we got everything except the kitchen tabletop. There was a problem, the furniture store representative told us. Before the end of the week, we will bring all the missing parts and finish the installation. A week passed, then another, and the 3rd week was almost over. But if 3 weeks ago we at least had the functional old kitchen stuff in our kitchen, there was nothing now, and we hadn't had any hot food in our house for 3 whole weeks. They got me really annoyed. So, I went to the store and said with sufficient politeness, "Gentlemen, could you please finish your work and finally install this kitchen, so indispensable to human life?" "We are so sorry," their main salesperson replied. "I give you my word as a gentleman that we will finish it all by lunchtime tomorrow. Is this time convenient for you? I put your promise in the bank. Either you finish everything by tomorrow at lunchtime, or I will come back here after my cold lunch. But if I do, watch out. I will not drag things out." After lunch the next day, I was at their store. I came up to the central desk and flipped it over without any further conversation. Everyone disappeared, only the manager was left, since he had nowhere to run. "Dear sir, I hit only twice, the second time is on the coffin lid," I used the common Soviet phrase. He replied insolently without even blushing, "I'm not afraid of hooligans. I was an officer in the war. If you have a gun, you win, but without a gun, your chances are not so good, and I don't care what war you were in and what your rank was." Thankfully, I did not have to beat him up. The next day, even before lunch, the kitchen table was finally assembled. So, dear reader, some aspects of the housing question aren't simple even in Israel. The first 631 days in Israel. It was Sunday, September 30th, 1979. It was exactly 631 days since my arrival in Israel. What had happened to me in that time? It turned out, quite a lot. The most important and unexpected thing was that 353 days ago, I became the head of a family, a small one but a real family. We had no children yet, but I was working hard on that, day and, mostly, night. For the most part, I could easily understand spoken Hebrew. My ears were now fully capable of understanding the guttural sounds of that language, its light Eastern inhalations and exhalations. I knew one song by heart and independently read a small novel in Hebrew, practically without a dictionary. With that knowledge of the language, I could have seduced almost any girl in Israel. But as a man married to a woman I loved, I never even thought of this anymore, and if I did, there would be someone to knock that foolishness out of me at once. Aside from Hebrew, I was now conversational in English and Spanish. Though conversational did not mean good. I had already, however, confirmed by experiment my hypothesis that for fluent conversation, one only needed to correctly select and place no more than 120 words. At the same time, the Yiddish, Russian, and Ukrainian I brought with me from Chernivtsi had to move over, of course, making way for the other languages in my curly head. At the start of 1979, we already had an inexpensive, but new car. Evita drove it. I had no driver's license and refused point blank to learn to drive a car for ideological reasons. My favorite means of transport was always the proletarian bicycle. The bicycle I'd ceremoniously brought with me from Chernivtsi and carefully oiled every year was stolen. I had to buy another temporary one. It was basic, very worn, never oiled, with worn-away pedals and seat. It demonstratively dissuaded thieves from stealing it. Many more years would pass before I'd sell my soul to the devil and switch over from the proletarian bicycle to a car. Even though I had nothing to do with this event and it changed nothing in my personal life, I have to note that during the time period we are considering, specifically on March 26, 1979, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt Anwar Sadat and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel Menachem Begin, in the presence of the President of the USA Jimmy Carter, signed a peace agreement. Many other important historical events happened during the 631 days of my life in Israel, but they all had one thing in common: they did not interest me. Just like I was completely uninterested by the events of some sort of party congress when I lived in the USSR. There, I remained true to myself. During the summer of that year, instead of a summer vacation, I had to serve in the army, and my wife went to Spain for that time. I had to serve for a whole 2 months. I will talk separately about my army service, it deserves a separate chapter. Here, I will only note that after my army service, I felt like a real Israeli, maybe not a native-born one, but a real one. Things kept going well for me at the Weizmann Institute. I already knew everyone and everything there. Almost every day, I played tennis in the morning before going to work. I had tried the menu of all the institute cafeterias multiple times. All the librarians at the institute knew me personally, and I knew them. What more can be said? I programmed all by myself at the Central Institute computer. That was true success. The only sad thing was that in the past couple of years in the Soviet Union, far away from physics and mathematics, I had forgotten a lot and lagged behind my colleagues, who had also come from there to become graduate students at the Weizmann Institute. Even though I advanced very fast, they weren't standing still either. Moreover, oftentimes they learned faster than I did. It was not easy to accept, but life went on and I had to take my place in it. It became obvious that my current place was not at the front lines of science, or life in general. I did not like this much, but it was still not obvious just what unique paths I had to take to get into the front lines of something advanced. For example, Sergei Kogan, who was the same age as me and also a physics graduate student, knew physics and math better than any professor at the institute. Even in Novosibirsk's Akademgorodok I didn't meet more knowledgeable physicists among the university professors. Even Abrashka himself didn't know even a tenth of the knowledge of classical and modern physics and math that Sergei had scrupulously acquired. Yuri Slutsky was about 10 years older than me, possibly more. He was a student of the academic Kalatnikov himself, at the Landau Theoretical Physics Institute. In other circumstances, Yura would have become an academic himself. He had instant and precise answers to any of my physics questions, to my envy. He walked to work, always buying an Israeli labor union newspaper in Russian. He started the day by drinking tea and reading that newspaper from cover to cover. So, in addition to science, Yura was very knowledgeable about union business as well. Misha Feldman, who came from Kiev, was already finishing up graduate school by that time. He said multiple times that he had graduated from the Novosibirsk University with a red diploma, a sign of special distinction, but I had never met him there, so I had to take his word for it. The overwhelming majority of the graduate students at the Weizmann Institute, not to mention the employees, were smarter and more educated than me, and their ability to solve physics and math problems was an order of magnitude higher than mine. I could not compete with them in any area of these sciences. Nevertheless, I still felt that I had something special in me, and that some sort of unknown, incredible force helped me in critical moments. Of course, this was silly and naive, but these feelings were quite real, and this was my main motivating force. There were graduate students from Chernivtsi at the institute too, but not in the physics department. They were at the math department, the chemistry department, and maybe some others. Not all of them, but the majority of the graduate students at the Weizmann Institute had come from the Soviet Union. There were some Israelis as well. All of them had served in the army from 3 to 5 years before beginning their studies, primarily as officers. In 1973, they had participated in the Yom Kippur War. It surprised me then, they had survived so much, but behaved like little children. But I will be honest, on the 631st day of my life in Israel, I did not care about them at all. I had gotten used to my new life, and I was sure that the next day would not be substantially different from the prior day or all the other days that had passed. Now it happened more and more rarely that I would hide in some corner so no one would find me, and howl from the pain of missing my mother and father and my relatives and friends who remained at home, in Chernivtsi. The last physical link with my hometown was my bicycle, stolen by people whose task, most likely, did not include severing that link. It was simply a side effect. One day, Evita and I decided to spend our weekly pocket money on Italian ice cream in the center of Rehovot. By the store, I suddenly heard, "Semyon, is that you?" I recognized immediately that this voice belonged to Petya, nicknamed Tsibulkin Eyes. Even though he was awful at playing cards, he loved to gamble and knew all the gamblers in Chernivtsi. I stopped, greeted Petya, and introduced my wife. He also graciously introduced his spouse. "Listen, Semyon, I really need you. There's a place here where retirees go to play preference on Friday evenings. I can reserve a place for you at the card table. Even playing clean, with no tricks, you can still take all their money." Petya burst out in one breath and only then started to breathe normally. I knew very well why I didn't want to play cards, but I was sure that Petya would not believe me. So I didn't name my reason, but instead, in an exemplary religious voice, I said, "On Friday evenings, I am at the synagogue, Petya. You can come and pray with us, I will introduce you to the rabbi." "Nah, come to us instead," Petya responded with a well-known movie quote, instantly growing sad. The ice cream turned out to be delicious, and as for Petya, I never met him again, not at the synagogue nor at that place where retirees go to play preference on Fridays. On the 632nd day, on Monday, October 1, 1979, I became a real graduate student. My self-improvement had begun. The philosophy of choice. When I look in the mirror, I see a man who looks like me, but who is still slightly different from me. For example, I raise my right hand, and he raises his left. I sense the outside world and feel internal emotions, but the other man just looks at me with glassy eyes. He and I, we and they, us against them, is all the unity and conflict between opposites. We do not become them, and they do not become us. If we do not make our own choice of who to become, them or ourselves, our purpose is what makes the choice. At least, this is true for myself and my mirror reflection. In Israel, I started to belong to a few different we's at once, and each one, at least metaphysically, was opposed by a certain they. Often, this was my choice, only sometimes was it assigned from outside. I am I, it is intuitively understandable. But who are they? For example, Boris. Boris is not just from Moscow, he is a real Muscovite. Born and bred. You can see it from far away with the naked eye. If you look closer, it becomes obvious that he is a mathematician. But even that is not important. The important thing is that his father is a well-known Moscow professor of mathematics in a no less well-known university. Borya's wife Zhenichka, the life and soul of any party, is also from a famous Moscow family. When she was only in 7th grade, she played with Rostropovich. With Rostropovich himself. Here is another example, Bella, a pure Muscovite to her last molecule, even though she was born and grew up in Chernivtsi. Her husband Matvey is from Leningrad, but is also a Muscovite in his soul. He is a very well-known physicist, specializing in applied nuclear physics. Before emigrating to Israel, they worked together in a science institute near Moscow. We won't nitpick the 20 kilometers or so, they are Muscovites, of course. And brilliant ones. Matvey, when he was still in 9th grade, mostly finished reading all of the main classics of world literature and switched over to studying the great Soviet encyclopedia. But he had to stop at K due to his immersion in the theater arts. Good for him, what can I say? Yasha from Chernivtsi is one of them too. For several years, he went to the Puppet Theater Club in the Textile Workers Club and played several main roles in popular children's plays of the time. When he was still in 8th grade, he started reading an important magazine, The Problems of Peace and Socialism, which he bought on Saturdays at the store called Political Literature in the Central Square. Then he got into Moscow State University. Now he is here in Israel, where there are many different problems, but no peace or socialism. Now all the above listed Muscovites, Yasha included, work at the Weizmann Institute. They are all very literate and well-educated people, in their own ways, with polished upper-class manners. Just like in the Soviet Union, they are considered here in Israel to be intelligentsia with a capital I. They consider themselves that way too. It is not only their work at the institute that unites them. Even more so, they are united by their deep love for art. All of them subscribe to the literature news straight from Moscow and read it from cover to cover. They are personally familiar with all the Russian-speaking writers and poets in Israel, who are also highly intellectual and of course, also mostly from Moscow. I talk to them often, and it is interesting and educational for me. But still, from time to time, I feel a colossal inner discomfort. To me, they exude something rotten, incomprehensible, illogical. I would never have gone on a reconnaissance mission with any of them. Even drinking an ordinary cup of coffee with them is sometimes intolerable. I can't find an answer to a simple question: why are some intellectual people so incredibly stupid at times? Their thinking is not deep, but all-encompassing. Sometimes, their knowledge is primitive and direct. Their love of art never gets closer to real art than the edge of the stage. Their smiles are false and some of their conclusions are inherently harmful and dangerous. They act as if they are sure that I would never become, or be able to become, like them. They believe, for some reason, that this is my primary purpose. I am convinced that it is my choice. This is why we are we and they are they. Saturday. I have just had breakfast, listening to the local Israeli news. It's quiet at home. My wife is still sleeping. It's just the right time to start work with a fresh brain, and when I start work, I cannot be stopped and nothing will distract me. Today, I will be solving a boundary value problem. Nothing special, but I know from experience that it will take a ton of time. My desk is right by the window. From time to time, I lift my head and look out the window. Usually, I don't notice anything outside, since I am thinking about the problem. But gradually, bit by bit, I still accumulate information about the outside scene. As soon as I accumulate enough for a minimally noticeable meaning, I think about something unexpected and get distracted for a minute. I see right in front of me a well-paved parking lot, full of cars. Beyond that, a fence, and beyond the fence, 2 rows of one-story duplexes. They are about 30 years old. They were built in place of a small abandoned Arab village called Zarnuga. Our multi-story buildings surround these old buildings, as if by a high, but not a very wide, wall. In the nearest courtyard, about 30 meters away from me, someone suddenly turns on some loud music, and people go out of the building into the courtyard. The adults unhurriedly sit at a long table under a canopy, and half-naked children of various ages run around the courtyard like crazy. Despite the early hour, the sun is baking. The music coming out of the speakers is familiar to me, but I cannot identify it exactly. Something Eastern, well known, and something I'd heard many times. This music can be heard at all the Jerusalem bazaars and all the neighborhoods where they live. Not us. I look down at the desk and at my problem. The integral shows a singularity along an internal line and the solution does not converge. I have to divide the region at least in 2, with a boundary along the line where this cursed singularity appeared. Despite their education and diplomas, the people in the courtyard have no idea that there are problems like the one I am solving. Their lives have different meanings, goals, and solutions. They have different tastes, music, customs. And I, in turn, have no idea what goes on in their heads, in their homes, and in their dreams and plans for their future. We are simply condemned to live in the same space, only briefly intersecting with our consciousnesses, traditions, and songs. Of course, doing it in practice is very complicated and often impossible. I know something about them, and they obviously know something about me. But there is an invisible boundary that neither I nor they will ever cross. Approaching that boundary also results in a cursed singularity. In the courtyard, someone brings out food to the table: jak nun, a Yemeni dish made with puff pastry, hard-boiled eggs, a sauce made with skug, a Yemeni spicy sauce made with hot peppers and chopped tomatoes. Just the thought of spicy skug makes me salivate. It's interesting, does the scent of my morning oatmeal make them feel that way? I am sure that it doesn't. And the Spanish tortilla that Evita makes for me, would that be as tempting to the nose of a gourmet in their camp? It could, but then again, maybe not. By noon, the number of people in the courtyard increases. Their dialogues become more guttural, insistent, and accompanied by loud laughter. Even though I can't hear individual words clearly, I understand that they are talking about the prices for leather and haberdashery. I lower my head, hold it in my hands, and start massaging my temples. I have to concentrate my attention on checking the solution to my problem. And over there, in the courtyard, they are bringing out freshly made, fragrant coffee. Its scent does not reach my window, and I feel the abyss that separates me from them. I finish checking my solution. Everything is correct, and the problem is solved, just as I assumed. Having made sure, I stand up and turn away from the window. I will never be like my neighbors across the way, but I'd like to, at least for a while. At least for as long as they're drinking coffee. Marriage, Jewish style. I have some information about how one engages in marriage Italian style. It is based on the movie by the same name by Vittorio De Sica, which I'd seen many times, with my favorite actors Sophia Loren and Marcello Mastroianni in the leading roles. But I have no information about marriage Portuguese style, Indian style, or Magyar style. I did, however, get to know marriage, Jewish style, very well, unfortunately. I would like to briefly acquaint the reader with my impressions of it. To begin with, a simple and logical conclusion: to enter into a Jewish marriage, one needs an unmarried Jewish woman and an unmarried Jewish man. Evita and I were like that, so this story is a little bit about us. The next step is understandable as well. First, you have to prove that you are Jewish, and second, you have to prove that at the moment, you have no other wife/husband or children from someone else. Because our wedding was planned at the synagogue in Barcelona, its rabbi requested these proofs. Evita mobilized her entire huge Jewish Spanish family and produced a Jewish genealogy for the last 500 years, up to the time of the Inquisition. It's true that there were blank spots in the family tree due to the absence of some original and reliable documents. But no one noticed their absence. As for me, my situation turned out to be much simpler. I had no family tree and nowhere to get one. What to do? We went to the rabbi and asked him that question. Go to the rabbinical court and prove that your mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother were Jewish, the rabbi answered in a cheerful tone, for some reason, and after thinking for a minute, added, I recommend you to go to the Jerusalem office of the rabbinate and produce good witnesses. Nothing doing, they set the date and time for rabbinical court in Jerusalem, and my grandmother from Ronana came, and I came too, of course. Evita came along to keep us company. Because I hadn't murdered anyone lately and had given up sinning altogether, I came to the appointment with the insolent confidence of the innocent and the prim face of an absolute moral virgin. My grandmother and I went into the courtroom, leaving Evita to worry by the door. 3 bearded sages with wise faces were seated on a stage. They all wore white shirts, but all their other clothing, including their shoes, were black. They didn't wish to talk to me at all, but talked to my grandmother in Yiddish. They talked like they were old friends meeting for the first time since childhood campfires. One of the judges was a Belz Hasid, though he had never been to Belz. Hasidism is a religious branch of Judaism. One could almost consider him a countryman, and it made it somewhat easier for me. They had a bit of a discussion, and that was enough. We left and started waiting for the good news. But they were not in a hurry. This is a well-known property of good news: it does not hurry. A week passed, then another, a month passed, and there was no news from the court. More importantly, there was no document that was so important to our happiness. The court did not respond to telephone calls at all or simply asked us to call back next week. When the wedding got catastrophically close, Evita couldn't stand it and went to Jerusalem herself, so as to drown the court in her tears. The rabbinical bureaucracy stood between Evita and the wished-for document like a high wall. My bride, crushed by this, sat on a bench and cried bitterly. But even on our last trip, Evita was observant enough to notice an old, bearded Jewish man with payet, wearing a black hat with a wide brim, in court. Payet is the Hebrew term for side locks or sideburns. He looked at first glance like a man who didn't need anything, but on the other hand, he kept hanging out in the hallways as if he were looking for someone or something. That old man was there this time, too, came up to Evita, and asked her in the well-trained voice of a religious solver, "Why are you crying?" "I want to get married and I can't," Evita squeezed out, between sobs. "This is not a very big problem. You are a young and beautiful girl, and I have a good candidate for a groom for you. He graduates from yeshiva next year." "I have a groom, but he doesn't have a certificate of Jewishness," Evita answered with irritation and started crying again. "Do you have money for tzedakah for the poor and starving Jerusalem Jews?" the old man asked her unceremoniously. "Tzedakah is obligatory charity for the poor and needy. I only have a few lira for the bus to get back to Rehovot." Lira was the currency in Israel from 1952 till 1980. "And you say that you want to get married," the old man said snarkily and wanted to leave. "I also have $100 American," said Evita, grasping the goal of the conversation. "Very good. Since you have American money, this will really help the poor and starving American Jews," the solver cheerfully said. Taking my name and, of course, the $100, from Evita, the old man disappeared in the courtroom. Before 7 minutes had passed, he came out again. He had the certificate in his hands, signed and sealed. "If you have other Soviet beggars as acquaintances, send them here. The other rabbinical courts charge a lot more for tzedakah." He smiled toothlessly and added, "I will say a good prayer at the synagogue for your future married happiness tonight. This one is on me." Evita came home almost happy. Of course, I had to throw out the fake certificate I'd paid $10 for. I decided to not even tell her about it, though the seal on my certificate was much bigger and the paper was much better. Later, in Spain, they didn't even read the certificate. There, they still think that people won't lie in a synagogue. They're just like little children. And then, it happened that while we were married before God, they never gave us the official marriage license at the Barcelona synagogue. When we returned to Israel, we noticed that in all our Israeli documents, we were still unmarried. It's possible to live like that too, but periodically, various problems appear. For example, when buying or renting an apartment. This was a new problem, but it was easily solved, just like the one a couple of months ago, with the solver. We took $100 American and went to the rabbinical court in Jerusalem. The old man with payet and the black wide-brimmed hat was there, and it's as if he were waiting for us. To our joy, it turned out that not all of the poor American Jews were well-fed and that they still needed feeding. Since we already had the Spanish Jewish marriage certificate called Ketubah, we did not need witnesses, but we could not reduce the amount of tzedakah. The happy family was created and legally registered in Israel. Maybe marriage Italian style really does involve some inconveniences, but marriage Jewish style, as you see, is really complicated. This is a direct consequence of the fundamental law of nature: it is hard to be Jewish. This is why the story of the registration of our marriage was not over then. The next stage of our marital saga came 5 years later, before our departure to England for my work. I got a work visa, but my lawful wife was denied. Who are you? In your Spanish passport, it does not say that Glazer is your husband. You have no other passport. Here is my Israeli identification where it says in black and white that Glazer is my husband. Evita started nervously. I don't understand a lot of what goes on in this country. I have stopped trying to understand. The skinny Englishwoman at the embassy started her explanation. You have no Israeli passport, and according to your Spanish passport, you're unmarried. There's nothing to talk about. I had to bring 3 witnesses of the fact that Evita and I were cohabiting, or, in other words, were in a common law marriage according to English law. This saved my wife's work visa. 10 more years would pass before the happy moment when Evita and I would officially, according to her passport, formalize our marital relationship in Spain too. And I thought, there's always a country where I am still single. At least officially. Too late. It's too late, my mother said, looking at her watch. Siomachka promised to be home at 6, and now it's 6:45. Soon it'll get dark, and he's still not home. He knows well that his favorite meatballs and mashed potatoes are ready by 6. No, something has happened, it must have happened, this is so unlike him. He knows how worried I am. Oh, how late it is. But this was very like me, in fact. I was simply caught up in playing blind man's buff with the neighbor kids and didn't notice how the time had passed, ran by, flown away, and disappeared somewhere with no trace. But then, I felt my stomach rumble and instantly remembered that I would get my favorite meatballs and mashed potatoes for dinner. I understood that I was late and my dinner was cold. And only then did I understand that my mother must be seriously worried. I never liked to come home early. It was intolerable for me, to look unblinking at the frying pan where the meatballs were frying, and feel my saliva flowing like a river. Many will judge me for these unfashionable feelings. I forgive them, they simply don't know anything about my mother's meatballs and mashed potatoes. But there is something else. Back then, I regretted being late because of the meatballs and mashed potatoes, but now I regret that I'd made my mother wait and worry. How late did I realize that? Too late. When I would come home late in the evening, from school, the movies, or from meeting up with friends, my mother made my father go meet me or look for me. Something must have happened to him, she said, walking with my father to the door. Her imagination already drew horrible images that even Stephen King could not have imagined. It's so dark and so late already. If my mother were a composer and wrote down the music that sounded in her soul during these long late periods of waiting, she would have written something no worse than Mozart's Requiem. Then, at the Chernivtsi train station, when we said goodbye forever, I didn't cry out loud, but I wanted to. I really wanted to. And also, I wanted this torturous process of parting to end sooner, since it was taking our last reserves of energy to part. And now all of this is in the past, and impossible to change. Too late. I was seeing my father then for the last time. I will never be able to go back to the past and shake his strong hand again. Whose fault is it that I'd lost everything most dear to me? Whom should I tear into little pieces for the pain they'd caused me for the rest of my life? I would have killed them all without thinking. But I can't blame anyone, because I am the one at fault for what had happened. And for that, I have punished myself forever. There would have always been other options, and I definitely had some. But I picked this particular one, to leave. When my struggle for survival in Israel was mostly over and I started confidently and methodically going uphill, conquering one peak after another, I finally stopped for a minute and realized what was going on. Ever since then, I often cry and repent, understanding that this realization had come too late. Too late. In the first years in Israel, looking at my countrymen from Chernivtsi, I thought that my decision to leave was the right one. Was it right in reality? In that moment, I thought that it was the only possible decision for me. Was it really the only possible decision? Still on the airplane that was about to land in Israel, I realized that I wouldn't survive alone in emigration if I only had the memories in my head and the sadness in my heart. Almost unconsciously and practically mechanically, I wrote letters home to Chernivtsi about once a month, and received replies at about the same frequency. The letters were simple, dry, and laconic. They discussed only facts. Every 3 months, I ordered a telephone call. What can you say in a short 3 minutes? Approximately nothing. I am healthy, and how are you? We are all healthy and send you greetings from. I really was healthy, but my parents were not. At first, they had a joyful but difficult move from the semi-basement apartment downtown into an apartment in a new development in Chernivtsi. Then, they filed their documents to emigrate to Israel. Without waiting for the decision, my father started making boxes for the trip. They wrote to me that they'd filed their application and they would get their exit visa literally in a few days. But there was no visa, and it was extremely uncomfortable to live in a small apartment with big boxes. Why do they need to keep 2 old people here? We will leave them our apartment and your father's pension. My mother convincingly repeated over the phone the words that she'd written many times in her letters. I believed in this too and also made plans for our family in Israel. But instead of a visa, my parents received a denial. This worsened their health even more. Why the denial? Maybe because my father fought in a long war for the Soviet Union? Maybe because he'd spent 40 years working as a glazier for the government? I do not know the answers to these questions. I am only sure that the people who decided my parents' fate had no heart. They probably bitterly resented the fact that they had to live and die in the shit of the developed socialist country, and some Abram Miarovich Glazer and his spouse would live out their lives like normal people. I do not know why the world is so unfair. It is too late for me to apply any effort to understanding and changing it. And when my children grow up and have children of their own, they will finally understand what I'm writing about, but it will be too late for me. Irreparably too late. Chapter 4. Brave Soldier Shlomo. Boot Camp for the Not-So-Young Soldier. Everyone who knows me knows that I am a serious pacifist. If it was up to me, all the wars would be immediately stopped, the armies would be disbanded, the soldiers would be sent home, and the officers would be sent away too, after a time out in the corner as punishment for their sins. The generals would also be put in time out for their evil deeds, but they'd have to kneel on dried corn grains too. It's too bad that things don't happen in real life the way I'd want them to. Sometimes, they happen exactly the opposite way. So, I had to compromise. At the university, I had to go to the military classes, and in Israel, I had to serve in the army. It's not the case of if you like sledding, you like dragging the sled up the hill. It's a completely different situation. Drag the sled, Semyon, and that's it. The people in charge of recruitment into the Israeli army decided that I'd wasted quite enough time already. It was time to become a man and serve in the army, just like every normal Israeli citizen. Luckily for me, all normal Israeli girls serve in the army too, but unluckily for me, as a married man, I was no longer interested. Maybe they knew it, or maybe not, but I have a deep respect for laws and obey them, even when I disagree with them for ideological reasons. The law says I have to serve in the army, therefore, I will serve. But every law has exceptions. It turns out that those who are studying in state institutions of higher education get to postpone their service. It was only a postponement of active duty, not a postponement of all army training. In short, I took whatever postponement I was entitled to. In the beginning of the summer of 1979, already possessing my ID showing that I am an entirely legitimate graduate student of the Weizmann Institute, I presented myself to the Israeli army to be formally accepted into its ranks. Many others came to voluntarily join then, together with me, or by themselves. Practically all of them were about 10 years younger than me, which, you'll agree, is substantial at the age of 27. The army doctors looked at me, listened to me, and palpated me, and unanimously decided that my body would easily tolerate their army. First of all, they gave me a large bag in which a new recruit keeps their personal things called kidbek, and then different things that I would have to keep in it. I got a full uniform, the most notable part of which were high soldier's boots with long laces. I was able to part with those boots, which became an important part of my life, only after 17 years. Every rule, as already noted, has exceptions. The army rule, boots have to be well polished and should shine. But there was my exception. I vowed never to polish my boots and did not do this for the entire 17 years of active and reserve duty in the Israeli army. That army has seen many records, but this one is rightfully mine. And I do not know whether or not it has been beaten. After registration, they sent me, wearing my new boots, to a special boot camp to go through a 2-month course. Boot camp exists in all the countries in the world, apparently, but this one was somewhat like our summer camp in Bukovina's Baragamit. We also got 3 meals a day and had to do our morning exercises every morning. I will say it right away, even though I had taken Soviet military classes, I had a hard time in boot camp, and there were good reasons for it. First of all, because I'd already gotten used to laziness and sloppiness in my former life, to complete freedom, in fact. At boot camp, however, all the sergeants were sadists of the highest degree, whose task was to completely break the recruit's will and drive toward freedom, making him a small and obedient cog in the huge army machine. After the breaking in boot camp, the new recruit would then, for the rest of his military life, obey any commands without thinking, immediately and unquestioningly. Well, they were easily able to break the 18-year-old guys, of course, but they had a harder time with me. In the end, I pretended that they'd broken me as well, even though it was not the case. If the USSR didn't break me, this definitely wouldn't. The sergeants switched every few hours, so that they would always be well rested and possessing fresh demonic strength. Even at night we could not get any rest from them. They'd run in at 3 in the morning after a long and hard day, wake everyone up, and demand that everything in the tents be carried out and lifted over our heads. Or they'd come up with some other pointless torture. For example, right after lunch, they'd make us run a whole kilometer, do 50 push-ups, or do some other physical activity that is completely incompatible with correct and comfortable digestion. But there's no cloud without a silver lining. Though this may be strange, I got very physically strong during this course, and by its end, successfully ran a 10-kilometer race in a 5-person team, where one is on a stretcher and the other 4 carry the wounded man. Every 2 kilometers, the wounded man would switch, so everyone had a chance to be torturously shaken on the stretcher. When I came home, I was unrecognizable. Something deeply military appeared in my eyes and in my whole mature appearance. Thus, two more facets of my multifaceted personality got polished, the drive toward freedom and the resistance to being broken. I firmly understood that every difficult time in life has an end, and that I am capable of hanging on until then. To battle, infantry. If boot camp was like jail to me, the periodic solo infantry training was like a labor camp. I'd get a summons to present myself at army training at such and such an address on such and such a day to go through individual infantry winter training. I was already 28, there was a hot project at the institute, my young wife was lonely at home, and this was not a good time for war games and maneuvers. But by then, I was a real Israeli infantryman, taught to obey orders unquestioningly, with my very own boots. The training camp was in the mountains in the north of Israel. The mountains were not very high, of course, and the forests were thin, but it still felt somewhat like an ordinary multi-day camping trip in the Carpathians. It was winter. Israeli winter is very different from Siberian or Ukrainian winter. The entire 3 weeks that I was at the special training camp, it was raining cats and dogs. With time, the dampness reached our bones. Mud was everywhere. The only good side of this muddy situation was that the sergeant didn't notice my unpolished boots. Due to the weather, we all got rain ponchos, but we had to take them off for the actual training. We could only use the rain ponchos while standing in line for the medical tent or somewhere else. So, we were constantly soaking wet. For those who have never served in the infantry, I will explain that it is much easier to shoot the enemy while lying down than while standing. So, we had to fall onto the ground, usually right into the mud, feverishly wondering why life contains so many enemies and so much mud. As a result, after 1 week of training, half of the soldiers got sick and went on bed rest, and the line for the medical tent, formed by those who were still on their feet, started reminding one of the bread lines at the Soviet stores late in Khrushchev's regime. By the end of the second week, only 10% were healthy. But my own body was so activated by the struggle for survival that no illness could affect me that winter. In addition to the sergeants, who perform support tasks during infantry training, there were officers who actually taught us to fight. There were not many of them, but they all wore red boots and paratrooper berets for special army departments. They were like devils, short, skinny, but very strong, and all were younger than me. Unlike the sergeants, they did not care how my boots were shined or whether they were shined at all. As far as they were concerned, I could be barefoot. They had to teach me to survive and win at war. As it soon turned out, there were two main types of locomotion in the army, either you're crawling or you're running. For some reason, you can't walk in the army like a normal person. They'd never heard of marching in formation in the Israeli army, either. Moreover, during training, you're either giving silent signals or screaming at the top of your lungs. For some reason, you can't talk normally either. Those who have served in the army will understand me at once, and the others will not believe me anyway. It's still unclear to me exactly why, but I was considered a good soldier and had the officers' respect. Once, having conferred with each other, they trusted me to lead a squad of soldiers to capture a village in a clearing of the forest. According to my operative plan that had instantly formed in my head, the squad had to go through the forest quietly and then, leaving it with a shout of hooray, bravely attack the enemy. But when I commanded, forward, attack, hooray, it turned out that we had walked in a full circle in the forest and came back to the exact same place we had recently left. And there was no one there to attack. I was very ashamed of my unsuccessful maneuver, but my excuses could be stuck into a certain well-known location. There were 3 Soviet emigrants in our squad. Thus, the true cause of the failure of our operation was that one of us had a flask filled with stolichnaya vodka, in its export version, instead of water. Cold, rain, night, a dark forest, by Soviet standards, this was sufficient reason to drink a bit of this quality product. In addition, simply drinking before a battle is a sacred tradition of the Soviet Army, of our gloried grandfathers and fathers. My officer, obviously, did not pat me on the head for all of this. It's good that I was wearing my infantry helmet. I will give the following piece of advice to my young readers who have yet to experience military service: don't count on fairness in the army. I will cite one bitter example. There was a soldier in our squad named Bukovza. Once, he had the night watch after me. To make the soldiers maximally miserable and prevent everyone from sleeping at night, the sergeants planned 1-hour shifts during the night watch. That way, you lose your sleep completely and irreversibly. I finished my walks in the rain during my watch, and went to wake up Bukovza. And he just turned over in his sleep, the bastard. Having foreseen this, I started the waking process 10 minutes before his shift. Finally, after 5 minutes, he opened his eyes and said, "I am awake already, you can go to sleep." "I will definitely go to sleep, but only after you get up and get dressed." Bukovza tried some other tricks, but I kept shaking him. At some moment he realized that he couldn't get rid of me that easily, got up, got dressed, took his gun and left the tent. And I immediately went to sleep after my sleepless night. In the morning, the sergeant bursts into our tent and yells in a horrible tone, "Get up immediately. Why didn't you wake up the squad on time? Where is the night watch?" They started figuring out what had happened at night and got to Bukovza. And he said that no one woke him up. I told them I'd woken up Bukovza, but he denied it. I could have figured out that he had just pretended to get up, the bastard, and then went back to sleep. As a result, I was punished according to army rules, and he was not. That's the kind of injustice you can get in the army. After the 3-week individual infantry training, sitting in the bus on the way home, I understood that physically these were the 3 hardest weeks of my life. Pangs of conscience. The Russian proverb "morning is wiser than evening" means wait to make a decision, don't rush. The proverb about measure twice, cut once before making an important decision is in the same category. I try to follow all of this in my own life, including my military life. After a preliminary year and 2 years of graduate school, it was time for me to finally decide on the details of my doctoral dissertation, and decide what to do after the PhD and where to work. At that moment in time, I did not have clarity about the different possibilities. To put it in terms of the proverb, it was evening, and I needed to wait until morning. During my time at the Weizmann Institute, I got various job offers. Some graduate students, yielding to these invitations, quit their studies. However, when I analyzed a relatively broad selection of the offers, I understood, the later you begin working, the higher your salary will be and the better the job will be. So, I waited for morning, which, according to the proverb, would be wiser. But I also had my year of mandatory army service hanging over me, as soon as I finished my studies. And after the army, my job search would be significantly harder. It was entirely understandable and objective. After a year, you lose your connections, forget some of your knowledge, and the tempo of your scientific and life progress slows down. I knew this, and not second-hand. I already had the bitter experience of a lengthy break in my physics and math studies after the university. I did not want to repeat the same mistake. And then, I made one of the most reasonable decisions of my life, to do the army service now, without waiting for my thesis defense. After a year of army service, I'd still have 2 years to write and defend my dissertation, and to restore and develop the necessary connections. That decision instantly took second place in reasonableness and timeliness in my short life, after my triumphant decision to marry Evita. Of course, this decisional also had certain flaws. The main flaw was that it was a waste of 1 year for a 29-year-old soldier who was almost a PhD. Of course, I could have gotten out of my army service without much of a problem. I was already the head of a family. Moreover, I could have said that my wife was pregnant and even produced a doctor's note to that effect. But since I was an extremely patriotic man, I decided to do my civic duty. I suspect that the reader has trouble believing this. I wouldn't have believed this myself now. Nevertheless, it all happened exactly that way. As it turns out, they're not stupid in the army. They almost immediately saw in me a free math teacher. Thus, very soon, all that was left of real infantry for me were the unpolished boots with long laces and a sequence of unpleasant memories of the hardship of real military service. I was assigned to serve in a residential school at one of the military bases, approximately 10 kilometers away from home. To maintain the necessary confidentiality, I will not give its address. It was a school for youths who could not attend a regular school, mostly for family reasons, for a year or two before they were called up to the army. The residential school, where I would also live, was preparing them to become military mechanics and electricians. This, of course, had a direct relationship to my knowledge in mathematics and physics. Due to my direct responsibilities, I had nothing to do on base at night. Nevertheless, no more than once a week, I had to watch the residential school at night. Thus, a problem arose: how would I get to work each day? I did not have a driver's license. Even the sports bike from Kharkov that I'd brought from the USSR, which had been stolen earlier, was not ready for a daily 20-kilometer ride, even on good roads. And my temporary elderly road bike, also made in Kharkov, that I'd bought cheap to replace the stolen one, broke down relatively fast. I had to acquire an entirely new bicycle and immediately call it up for military service. By 1981, I knew everything about buying bikes in Israel, and I made a great choice. My new two-wheeled friend was the best Japanese road bike, Lemons, made by Centurion. And if in the first stage of my life in Israel I had a tender love for Kharkov-made bicycles, the next 36 years found me inseparable from my faithful Japanese friend. Every day except Saturdays, I bicycled from my home to the base early in the morning, and in the evening, I returned home by bicycle. Only occasionally on Saturdays, when I had a shift, I came to work in our car with my wife, who, as I'd noted before, had a driver's license. But this was not at all a burden for Evita and me, like a roadside picnic. I have to note that among soldiers, there was a long line of people who wanted to switch their watch shifts from weekends to weekdays, so I always had the opportunity to switch my night shifts to Saturdays. But duty above all. The Israeli army sergeants have ingrained in me the habit of constantly demonstrating my devotion to duty and strict military discipline, for life. I did not abandon this habit for the year and 4 months of my active duty in the army. When my active duty year was coming to a close and I had already begun to compile the menu of my demobilization banquet, the 1982 war in Lebanon started. I had to stay for another 4 months. And now, about the school itself. The work was not hard for me, since the students already knew the multiplication table and this was quite enough. It did not appear possible or desirable to teach them anything else. So, I, like the other teachers, had to perform military education tasks instead of teaching them math. We tirelessly conducted something like the Soviet political information seminars for our students, and told them the more interesting stories from our past military and extra-military life. I did not know what to do to shorten my service time, but I did know how to make it feel shorter and make it more comfortable and pleasant. I found the perfect way. It turned out to be very simple: the more you sleep on duty, the faster the time passes. For this purpose, I learned to sleep sitting up, standing up, and even with my eyes open. I lean against the wall and I'm instantly asleep. I hug a tree and catch 40 winks, and if I'm lucky enough to find a free bed, it will take about 10 minutes and at least 2 free soldiers to wake me up. Semyon is sleeping, and his military duty is ongoing. Intuitively understanding the careless anti-patriotism of this behavior, I still fell asleep on duty at different angles to the horizon within 7 seconds, but I slept restlessly and always woke up with a very uneasy conscience. Breakdown. On Thursday morning, April 8, 1982, I bicycled to my army service as usual. The morning was cloudy, but not rainy. An ordinary army day was beginning. 2 math classes in the morning, and then the incomprehensible, useless, and unnecessary army busy work. I had no definite plans for the evening, but just in case, I decided to take a nap after lunch, to be fully ready for the nighttime entertaining surprises from the sergeants. Having found a free bench on the steps of the squad medical office, I arranged myself in the shade in a half-sitting position and fell asleep. I had an alibi ready, just in case. I am waiting for the doctor to have an urgent consultation on a strictly personal matter. Before even 15 minutes had passed, the sergeant major woke me up for a chat. The other soldiers nearby were awake and got away from the chat just in time. As always, he started his chat with my unpolished boots. "And why do you, Private Glazer, not have polished boots the way they're supposed to be?" the sergeant asked expectantly, putting his hands on his hips like a tipsy Cossack woman at the horse market. "Are you pretending not to know?" I started answering, slowly in my half-asleep state, and finding a good reason for unpolished boots, added, "I was just polishing my boots and the smell of the polish was so strong I passed out. I urgently need a doctor. Here I am, sitting here waiting for him. I still can't get back to normal. I'm sick of you, Private Glazer," the sergeant said, eloquently pointing to his throat. "And so, you will gather all the large rocks on the entire school grounds and position them evenly around the perimeter of the school. Go to, you know where." I began my objections, without letting the sergeant pronounce the final sentence. "You think you've found a sucker. And after you arrange all the rocks, you will go to the warehouse, find some whitewash, and whitewash them," the sergeant continued, enjoying his cruel inventiveness. By that time I was fully awake and realized that I had to find another place to relax, far away from the asshole sergeant. I got up, straightened my uniform, and without saying a word, went to the school building. Getting to the cafeteria, I ordered a cup of tea, and sat down in a relaxed manner at a table near the wall. Before I could take the first sip, the same sergeant came up to me, this time together with the lieutenant on duty. "Private Glazer, for disobeying an order, you will get 3 additional night watches," the lieutenant pronounced without any ceremony. "I'm so damn sick of you." I lost all control of myself, and screamed, "I will kill you all to hell, I'll kill you all." Seeing my face distorted in rage and not understanding anything, the sergeant and the lieutenant turned sharply and quickly left. But before I could take several sips of tea, the lieutenant returned with 2 soldiers from the military police. I was arrested and led to the school commander, Lieutenant Colonel Ronan, who was the same age as me. The lieutenant told him what had happened. I did not deny it. The lieutenant colonel sentenced me to 2 weeks of military jail. I was temporarily locked up in one of the free rooms of the school, awaiting a transport that would take me to jail. Sitting in that locked room, I calmed down a bit, and I was horrified by my out-of-control behavior. The lieutenant and sergeant major, apparently, were horrified too. This was completely unlike me. Something in my body tensed up in anxiety. I thought I was losing my mind. In the 4 years of my life in Israel, nothing like that had ever happened to me. Prior to that, my life was stable and even, and now, a breakdown. Maybe all my stress had been accumulating this whole time and finally broke free? But I'm not that kind of person. I am patient and always ready for a well-planned ahead compromise. Maybe Saturn, Jupiter, and Earth are in alignment again? The door of the room where I was locked up opened, and the deputy commander of the school, Mati, came in. He was the only civilian in our squad. He was a psychologist and teacher by profession, not Suk Humlinsky, of course, but still. Shlomo, what happened? They just told me about your behavior. I can't believe it. Did something happen at home? How is your lovely wife? He got very close to me and looked intently at my face and eyes. We've known each other for more than a year, and I could not even imagine you acting like this. I have no idea what happened. Something broke within me. I still feel like everything is boiling inside me. I have arranged everything, interrupted Mati. You will go home now, get some rest, and I am sure all will be back to normal tomorrow. As I rode my bicycle home, I was dully repeating, in rhythm with the pedals, I will kill you all. I will kill you all. I could not think about anything concrete, I was just looking at the road and mechanically turning the pedals. As soon as I touched the door handle to our apartment, the door opened, and Evita, tenderly taking me by the hand, led me to the couch and sat me down. Then she silently handed me a sheet of paper. It was a telegram from my brother in Chernivtsi, which stated that my father had died today. The tears flowed out of control, then the sobs began, then stronger sobs, and finally, I cried out like an animal. And that was all. Evita spread out some rugs in the center of the living room and scattered all the pillows we had around the floor. We would sit Shiva on the floor for an entire week. Shiva is a mourning period lasting a week, when the mourners sit on the floor and mourn with their friends and family. That very evening, I went to the nearest synagogue to pray and read the Kaddish Yatom in the presence of 10 men praying alongside me. Kaddish Yatom means an orphan's prayer which a son of the deceased is obligated to pray. We told everyone we could, as best we could, about our loss. I called the school and told them that I will not be available for a week, and with maximal politeness, asked them to find a substitute for that time. On Friday and Saturday, my father's friends and relatives came over from far away. On Sunday evening, my co-workers came over, the soldiers and officers from the school. Mati was with them. He took me aside and quietly said, I knew that something horrible had happened on Wednesday, but I did not know what. That whole week, in the morning and in the evening, I went to the synagogue, because I knew with absolute certainty that my father would have wanted that. And no matter what I had done for him that week, it will still be infinitesimally small compared to everything that my father had done for me in his whole difficult life. Morning in the desert. Those who have served on active duty in the Israeli army know that at some stage, you become a reservist. This is how army life is in a country where war never ends. You have to get used to being constantly at war. At first, it was difficult, but with time, a person can get used to anything. If the reader is familiar with the life of a reservist, he can skip a few pages until the next story. The rest, however, may find it useful to learn about this human activity. When you become a reservist, you lead a sort of double life. You live your normal ordinary life, but you're constantly on alert, day and night. In some cases, this adds adrenaline to your everyday existence, if you feel like you need some, of course. As a universal truth, I will note that everything in life has its boundaries except for love for one's homeland. That love is boundless. It is outside time and space. No matter where you are and what you're doing, your homeland is near and you love it. There are different types of love for one's homeland. But the end result is always the same. You love your homeland and, from time to time, it calls you to serve it. Even before my soldier boots had dried after my rainy active service, I was called up again. This time to the reserves. The army wanted to know exactly what I could do to benefit my country as a whole and the army in particular. Nobody there understood that I still didn't see army service as a viable option for my further spiritual development and moral establishment. There's a time for everything. And so, my time came. My first assembly of the reservists was at a secret artillery base in the desert in the south of Israel. They wanted to make an artillerist out of me. But I almost immediately understood that the artillery and I are two incompatible things. To put it frankly, I did not like artillery. I think that it didn't like me much either. But we couldn't come to an understanding right away, and so our meaningless relationship stretched out and languished. They assigned me to learn to become a gunner. A gunner is a specially trained person who can calculate the trajectory of a missile. They thought that as a physicist, I would be interested in this activity. But I'd seen enough parabolas in my life, and their use for shooting artillery missiles at various targets didn't interest me much. Besides, artillery as a whole was not a part of my DNA. But on my first day at the artillery base, I agreed to go through gunnery courses, and did not say anything about any absence of personal motivation. It was that same love for the homeland again. Sunrises in the desert are very beautiful. A huge sun in a clear sky. But that's if you are on vacation and admiring the sunrises and sunsets from a luxurious hotel room in a 5-star hotel. But if you're sleeping in an army tent designed for 30 people, and all of them, excuse the expression, contribute to global warming all night, the picture becomes more prosaic. And morning is not at all wiser than evening, more like the opposite. And so, after 3 days of my course, the fatal morning came. I had to tell our commander that I do not know enough Hebrew and thus can't figure out my classes in gunnery. And without understanding, the missile may still follow a parabolic trajectory, but may fly somewhere that isn't where it is needed by the command and the people. And overall, I said, artillery is not for me. It is too complicated a science even for a university graduate and an almost Nobel laureate in physics. This is sabotage. I'll send you to court. You will send the missiles where you have to. The agitated commander started to yell at me. He also threw the curvimeter against the wall and threw secret maps all over the desk, completely failing to consider my frank words and admissions. Here you are, yelling something in Hebrew, and I don't understand you completely. So there's no point in yelling, I continued in the same tone that some Kolya would use to talk to some pet yat after the 7th stein of beer at the beer hall on the corner of Gorky and Bogdan Khmelnytsky in Chernivtsi. My commander did not know that I'd already resolved to follow through to the end, so he cajolingly added, with some hope for success, "If you don't know, we'll teach you, and if you don't want to, we'll make you. And what will you do if I can't do this because I don't know enough Hebrew, and you can't teach me or make me?" I stubbornly maintained. The commander kept yelling for a long time. The desert dawn turned to a clear white day, and then the hot sun started rolling towards sunset. His yelling scared away the poisonous snakes, spiders, jerboas, and lizards. We did not come to any agreement. Each one considered himself to be in the right. In the evening, they took me to the base commander, an artillery lieutenant colonel. They hadn't known then that I already knew how sick of me they were and how they wanted to get rid of me. But commanders have to follow military procedures and military laws. By law, the next step should have been to put me in a temporary jail on base. A guardhouse, in military terms. But we parted peacefully. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the next morning, without further ado, they kicked me out and I went home. I was fired from the artillery, but I remained a reservist, so that I would still have a reason to wear my never-polished soldier boots. Reservist. To be fair, I will note that Israeli soldiers and officers are well-trained and highly motivated warriors. I did not serve in the Soviet Army, I only took courses in the military department of the university and even became a junior officer. But even that, along with the stories of those who have served in the army, is entirely enough to know what the USSR Army was like. It also trained its soldiers well, but motivation was harder to find. You can't keep motivating people with the past, the heroism of their fathers and grandfathers and their brave feats in wartime. And so, ulcers formed on the body of the Soviet Army, hazing, corruption, drunkenness, and so on. The treatment for the ulcers was simple. The USSR got into military conflicts all over the world. The soldiers were told that they were defending the homeland. Of course, the Soviet Union had no interest other than politics in the Sinai Peninsula, Vietnam, Afghanistan, or any other part of the world. But these wars helped keep the army in at least some sort of state of readiness. Israel is entirely different. The presence of a constant and real threat of war made the small country actually train its soldiers and motivate them in the appropriate way. The entire country was called up to the army, and this was entirely justified. All of Israel is in the reserves. The entire population of the country, especially the men, take the army very seriously. Being a pilot, or being in the select elite military forces, is a reason for a lot of inner pride, though no one boasts about it or talks about it. Of course, not everyone can or wants to think about the army this way. Some people do not want to serve. In Israel, those people are disregarded by society. It's considered that such a person has some sort of psychological problem. How else can one explain or understand that your family, your parents, your children are in deadly danger every day, and you do not want to defend them? I am a conscientious citizen of my country, so I gave the Israeli army 1 month out of each year. In 14 years of reserve service, all sorts of things happened to me. I met a lot of people, and I got a bit of a break from work and, in some sense, from home as well. One can't say that the army would not have existed without me. Of course not. But every warm body counted, and the army bureaucrats could count well, otherwise they would have been fired. They knew their job, and no Israeli capable of carrying a weapon and being useful in the army missed out on army service. As the reader already knows, for various reasons, including my natural pacifism, I was not taught any specific military skills. So, in the reserves, for the most part, I did very simple soldierly tasks. For example, I did guard duty. I was the Rehovot champion of guard duty among people from Chernivtsi. I have no idea what exactly I guarded all these years, and I don't care. I had to, so I did. Once, they sent me to spend a whole month somewhere on the Sinai Peninsula to guard something between two posts. As usual, my wife went to Spain to spend that month with her family. I am a patient and unhurried person, so I didn't even notice how this month passed. It was a good time. I was on duty 3 hours at night and 6 hours during the day. We got food regularly without any delays. They knew that armed people should be fed on time. Even at work, I didn't lose my connection to the army. Once, some people from a classified army technical department came to Professor Gold for a consultation. I don't know the details of that meeting. Maybe he gave them advice, but maybe, he simply told them in his usual manner to buzz off. But after that meeting, I was transferred from reserve guard duty to the reserve of that classified military department, and occasionally given various physics or technical problems to solve. Most of these problems were unrealistic fantasies that did not have any solutions for at least the next millennium. But nevertheless, I tried hard and solved them as best I could. I don't know if my solutions helped the objective of improving Israel's defenses or not. Also, while serving in the reserves, I learned one very important principle of high technology, not necessarily military, organizations. The worse the project and the weaker its implementation, the more secret it is. Either they hide their helplessness that way, or for some other reason, but I have seen this many times even in my civilian life. It's better to classify something than to be responsible for its failures later. But the main conclusion that can be drawn from my reservist biography is that I was significantly more useful on guard duty than in the classified technical department. On guard duty, I at least engaged in something concretely and palpably useful, guarding the object of any complexity that was entrusted to me. And after many years of experience in interactions with military people, in the military department at the university and during my active and reserve duty, it became clear to me that I am a civilian. I just have a little pang of sadness that I never became a great Jewish general. Chapter 5. New Horizons. Fresh air. Having an extensive and unique experience of emigration that is only limited by the Earth's surface, and having half a century of experience attentively observing the outside world, I have come to the convincing conclusion that after the first emigration, the next one is twice as easier and 4 times as simple. By approximately the 7th time, emigration is barely noticeable. Moreover, the first weeks of an emigrant in a new country is like a breath of fresh air. The fresh air after a rain in the Carpathians is a unique gift of nature. The air is incredible in the forests around Novosibirsk's Akademgorodok at any time of year, though in Siberia, I prefer to breathe the fresh bracing winter air. There's fresh air in Israel too, especially in the winter in the Jerusalem hills. But along the Mediterranean coast, which is where the town of Rehovot is, freshness is extremely rare. I don't even remember the last time it happened. Though I do know quite well, and can't stand, the lengthy season of the local Hamsins, bringing dust from the desert into the baking air. Hamsin is a dry hot wind in Israel, occurring about 50 days a year. After 6 years in Israel, for many reasons, I started having a hard time breathing freely. That is why, after I defended my dissertation at the Weizmann Institute, we decided to go abroad. Our plans did not include a new emigration, it's just that like all normal Israelis, we decided to go spend a year somewhere else, relax a little, and breathe some fresh air. Or maybe, just different air. The overwhelming majority of new Israeli PhDs immediately travel abroad after their thesis defense, usually to America for a postdoctorate. This is a standard and necessary step to becoming a professor at any Western university. During my teaching experience in the Bukovina village of Zamohila, I understood that first of all, I am an exclusively urban person, and secondly, I am not a teacher. It seems that a postdoc is also not for me. At the time, my professional interests were nuclear magnetic resonance and tomography, medical diagnostic equipment, the process of high technology development, and invention. But in the early 80s, these interests could not be satisfied at university labs. They were the province of large private international technology companies. To pursue these scientific, technical, and other interests, we decided to go to England. After many years of floating on the turbulent stream of the international community of scientists at the Weizmann Institute, Evita and I wanted to learn the fine points of the English language, which we could not do in America. Our last hope was England. If I could not perfect my English in England, where could I do it? Moreover, I could enter the high society of the United Kingdom and breathe some fresh English air. For a person who was born and raised in the city of Chernivtsi and who is used to real city life, any other life seems, at the very least, unusual and strange. Even though Chernivtsi is a small city, it is still a city in the full sense of the word. In that specific context, size really doesn't matter. In a Siberian town, for example, a guy from Chernivtsi would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Us Chernovitzers had a hard time getting used to Siberia, Ural, Central Asia, or the Far East of the Soviet Union. The towns there are different, and even though they are large, they still resemble huge asphalt-covered multi-story villages, in contrast to the refined and compact Chernivtsi. This could be why the locals did not understand us Chernovitzers. We were different and we were real city people. But only we knew about that. For immigrants from Chernivtsi in Israel in the late 70s and early 80s, life was also uncomfortable, unsettled, and not simple. In the new promised land, the eye was startled by the unusual combination of a simple village landscape and the modern, almost Khrushchev-like, architectural cubism. It was not like the familiar Vienna, Paris, or Barcelona. They felt warm and comforting with their small squares, little parks, and narrow streets with little shops. All the inhabitants of old European cities, it seems, know each other well, individually and as a group. America has always felt to me like a one-story or two-story land, in any case, not cities, but suburbs. Moreover, the rotting mix of overstuffed capitalism and crazed imperialism would be unlikely to produce the fresh air Evita and I needed. My doctoral dissertation was partly devoted to the calculations and design of magnets in magnetic resonance tomography. This interested scientists, engineers, and even the upper management of a large private Israeli company called Elsint. Even before the ink dried on my Doctor of Sciences diploma, I was offered a job there. I graciously accepted the job. At the time, there was no expertise in Israel in building large magnets, and so, as an employee of Elsint, I was sent to study this subject abroad at its Oxford office, which, by a random coincidence, is found exactly in England. That is how we ended up there. England, where Evita and I arrived on Saturday, February 4, 1984, was significantly different from continental Europe, which we were already partially familiar with. Our first impressions of the new country were overwhelming. Every first time, as is well known, is the brightest and most vivid one, only with time does it dim and dull, like a falling meteorite. English culture was very different from the familiar Chernivtsi culture and the less familiar Israeli culture, but at first, it helped that we knew England through literature. After only a little time had passed, I felt comfortable. Just like a drowning man saved by a miraculous chance, I bobbed up on the surface of the water, greedily gulping the fresh English, and more specifically, Oxford, air. Then, when I came back to Israel, that air was enough to last me another 10 years. At work, in the Oxford office of Elsint, they welcomed me warmly and from the very start took care of me in a very kind way. The first few days, my wife and I were actively looking for housing and a rental car. In the meantime, we lived at the White Horse Hotel in a small village close to Oxford. And, as it is said, we hit the bullseye, ending up in Victorian-era England. Straw roofs, antique wooden furniture, dim light, the scent of beer and whiskey, the taste of fried potatoes and their famous sausages. Anyway, Charles Dickens and Jane Austen had described this all many times, and I have nothing more to add. I will only say that I love Dickens and Austen, preferring to read them in the original or listen to them read by native speakers. After about a year and a half in England, I rose significantly higher on the steep staircase of learning spoken English. Though I did not need to take any exams in this subject, we decided to test our knowledge in some way in practice. For this, my wife and I and a few friends went to the Holy of Holies, the Shakespeare Theatre of the town of Stratford-upon-Avon, which is not too far from Oxford. I have to note that I am not a fan of Shakespeare's work, and for strictly personal reasons, dislike this classic author a bit. I beg forgiveness of those who feel this poet in their souls forever, for this frank admission. We attended the play The Merchant of Venice. I did not understand or remember a lot from the play, the grade on my English test was not very high. But I did learn how the cultured English public goes to the theater. The ladies were all in evening dresses, and the men in suits and ties. That time, I got it right and I was also wearing an elegant suit. But there was a cloud to the silver lining too. Such an unpleasant one that it spoiled my entire impression of the show, the evening, and the whole damn country. I was standing in the foyer during intermission, 2 young Englishmen were chatting next to me. They were wearing suits and green polka-dotted boaties. I could pass for an Englishman if no one talked to me. Without paying any attention to me, one said to the other, "It's too bad that Hitler didn't manage to kill off all the Jews." He went on to say something about the play, about Shakespeare, and about theater art in the global sense. But I couldn't hear any of it anymore because the blood flowed to my head so much that my ears plugged up. There was no limit to my rage and contempt. I came to dislike Shakespeare even more, though he had nothing to do with this, and came to hate the theater and theatergoers. Moreover, at that moment, I was extremely angry at the entire English-speaking world. By the way, some non-English writers, poets, and composers, even the most respected ones, can compete with the English ones in anti-Semitism. Is it truly necessary to be an anti-Semite to gain one's place in cultural history? As it turned out, the air in England wasn't so fresh after all. Moreover, in some places, it smelled like centuries-old rot. With rolled-up sleeves. As long as I can remember myself, I've always been studying. And not because this is what the great Lenin instructed me, but because I had great teachers and it would be a sin to not learn from them. Thanks to my teachers and the genes from my ancestors, I became who I am today. If they were slightly better, I would definitely have gotten the Nobel Prize. I started my educational process, as they say, from zero. I have quite a few witnesses who can confirm that I was born naked, barefoot, knowing nothing, and not able to do anything. With time, of course, I got dressed and put on shoes, but more importantly, I learned a lot and learned to do a lot. After 10 years in school, 5 years at the university, and another 5 years in graduate school, I started getting just a bit tired of studying. If I had had to go to kindergarten before starting school, I would definitely not have been able to handle all this studying. By the end of my graduate school years, I was as desperate for an actual productive job as a starving man for a bowl of borscht. Of course, borscht should come with sour cream and a piece of rye bread rubbed with garlic. When I arrived in England, it was as if I'd been set free from captivity. I energetically jumped into my job obligations. I became a significant member of the staff of the Elsant Company, in which we, working together, created something weighty and useful for society. If something like that fell on your foot, it would really hurt. One day, I got an urgent assignment from my immediate boss, to calculate the exact dimensions of the solenoid coils of a serial superconducting magnet. I take all my work assignments seriously, and such an important practical problem would be doubly serious. They gave me a week to work on it, and I immediately got to my calculations, without taking the time even for a cup of coffee or smoking a pipe. I knew how to make the calculations, so by the end of the day all the necessary calculations were triple-checked and lying on my desk. I was admiring them. I decided to postpone the programming until morning, so as to begin with a fresh mind and to get an extra chance to double-check my materials. I felt an immense responsibility and a natural pride in the fact that the success of the company's central project was dependent on me. That meant that the future of the whole office, or even the entire company, was dependent on me. If the workday had lasted another hour, I would have enough pride for the whole of humanity. By the next day, all the stages of the solution to the problem, including the programming, were done, and I got my results. I was a little nervous because no one could check me. But I had another 3 days, so I decided to spend the remaining time doing the entire project over from start to finish. I slept badly that night, maybe because I hadn't taken my evening walk along the left bank of the Thames, but I think it was because of my huge personal responsibility and the need to constantly care for the future of humanity. Early in the morning after getting to work, I sat at another desk and chose a hard chair. I repeated all the calculations and got the same answer. In the remaining time, I checked my work another half a dozen times, and found no errors. I confidently handed my drawings to production and started waiting. I had to wait for a month or two in order to verify the parameters of the magnet experimentally. About 10 days later, my boss came up to me and said, "Thank you for the drawings. I greatly value and respect an employee who finishes their work by the deadline," and making a short pause, he continued in an apologetic tone, "We decided to cancel the production of the new magnets, so it turns out your work was wasted." Solving this problem was a great opportunity to practice. "Next time, I'll do this work even faster," I answered cheerfully, without a hint of confusion. A few months later, I had to look through my calculations again for some reason, and I did actually find an error. No one ever knew, but my life had changed because of that. Now, when I find myself in an airplane, for example, I always have a little bit of doubt about the calculations of the strength of its wings, about whether all the bolts and nuts have been screwed in tightly, about whether all the parts have been oiled right. Because if some of these parts are not oiled, for example, the law of natural selection will definitely work, and life will continue without me. I won't even have time to pray, never mind that I still don't believe in God. Whether with God's help or on my own, I continued to increase my scientific and engineering knowledge during my work at ELSINT, and one of its most important forms was my participation in international conferences and seminars. There, I also learned a lot of new and useful things. To learn about the construction of superconducting magnets in a more intense and concentrated way, for example, in 1984 I traveled to a seminar at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, located in Cambridge, not the one in England, but the one close to Boston in America. That was how I first crossed the Atlantic Ocean. My heart was rejoicing in the upcoming encounter with America, and I felt like its discoverer, Christopher Columbus. But I did not have a lot of time to rejoice. My journey across the ocean took a lot less time than that of the famous explorer. I also felt very much like Nikola Tesla. I had a lot in common with him, after all. I was also an emigrant from mountainous territories that were, at some point, ruled by the Habsburgs. After university, I also played cards professionally, and just like him, lost everything. It's true that I graduated from university and he did not. And I could pay back my debts, but Tesla could not. But if tomorrow, I start feeding pigeons every day just like Nikola, the difference between us would be minimal. At that seminar at the American National Magnetism Lab named after Francis Bitter, I finally got to meet my real rivals personally. Mostly, these were young physicists and engineers from different countries who came there to show themselves and look at everyone else. It's true that they were not like me or Tesla. Perhaps it's for the best. If I wrote down all the thoughts and ideas that came into my head during that seminar, I would have so many notebooks that they would not fit into my relatively large suitcase. But because I wasn't writing down anything, I cannot now report all the ideas that occurred to me then, and how I used them in the future. Together with all my ideas, my work at ELSINT continued, day by day, week by week, month by month. Even before the October flowers finally wilted in the garden at our home in Oxford, I was invited as an expert to give a lecture at a congress in Paris. I learned and improved my knowledge this way too. At ELSINT, I learned to keep a work journal, writing down the main points and analyzing the most important things. I took part in meetings and led some of them myself. I learned to report and to analyze other people's reports. It turned out that non-work relationships with colleagues are no less important than the work interactions. I learned to attach a memory tag to each event, to everything I did, a book, a lecture I gave or attended, a seminar, a simple phrase. Years later, the tag is all that would remain in my memory. The people I met at any point in my life have always taught me something, and the things I learned from them depended, for the most part, on me. Books, or more precisely, their authors, were also my teachers. They taught me a lot. Most of my life concepts were created by means of books. Unfortunately, I was able to read only during the breaks between projects, but I read a lot and, of course, learned. In Oxford, I discovered for myself a new, highly developed, and very finely organized human society, the English island culture within the general human civilization. It was in England that I learned to formulate and express the base goal of any conversation. Ever since, I have a goal for every conversation. Not 2 or 3, just one. And everything I do while talking is in pursuit of that one goal. It's possible that some people would consider this approach boring and uninteresting, I understand that, but I consider this approach the most acceptable and effective. I'm used to it now and I won't be able to do things any other way. After a year of living in England, late in the evening when the moon was bright, I noticed the second shadow, the one of Nikola Tesla. But no one else noticed this shadow or even guessed about its existence. Natural selection. One can refuse to believe in Darwin's law of natural selection, and instead believe, for example, in God's law. In principle, it's all the same, because neither the one nor the other has been experimentally proven or refuted. Because of my education and upbringing, I have to follow scientific methodology and take as true only those theories that still have not been experimentally disproven. To make it perfectly clear, I will state, I am on Darwin's side, even though he is not Jewish, unlike the one who created God's law for humanity. If the process of natural selection is a law, self-preservation is its direct consequence. And because on Earth, all the resources are finite, self-preservation leads to competition. Everything that follows from that goes beyond the boundaries of the analysis presented here. To test the competition hypothesis experimentally, I decided to spend a weekend day watching a marathon. The morning of Sunday, March 25, 1984, in Reading, 40 kilometers south of Oxford, was cloudy, but not rainy or cold. No one forced me to participate in the race. It is just that sometimes, I am seized by an inexplicable physical need. In any case, I decided to watch the race. The starting signal went off, everyone ran, and they all ran forward. No one runs the other way, they compete in the conditions given. For me, competition is like breathing fresh air. Without some sort of competition, just like without oxygen, I suffocate. And so, I had a very good time watching the runners and feeling the competitive atmosphere. Another, more complex example, is the Elsent Corporation, where I worked. It had offices all over the world. Its employees engage in inventing, constructing, manufacturing, and selling high-tech medical equipment. I was engaged in, for the most part, invention, a bit of construction, a little bit of manufacturing, and I had almost nothing to do with sales. Elsent had a few offices in Israel, and I started working at the one in Herzliya. To get used to things, I worked there for 2 weeks, got to know the group working on magnetic resonance tomography, and according to plan, went to England, to develop superconducting magnets for that group. Even though Elsent is not a living thing, it also wants to live, and the principle of self-preservation applies to it too. It is constantly engaged in a process of survival and competition. Once, during an important meeting, I asked the manager conducting it, what is going to help us prevail in the merciless competitive struggle with the leaders of this industry? He tapped his index finger against his temple and answered briefly, brains. Later on, that very important manager changed jobs many times. Every time, he was hired as a very smart person, and after yet another failure, fired for being a fool. With the years, I understood that one always has to assume that one's competitors are smarter than oneself, even if it later turns out to not be true at all. Many very good scientists I knew maybe had only minor flaws in their academic life. But they were not very brilliant in applied science, and when it came to the commercial sphere, they were complete and total zeros. I never got to meet the ones who were true giants of science and great thinkers. Tesla, too, did not fit in the category of great thinkers, though he must have met some of them, without agreeing with their theories. Everyone in Israel knows that the local inventors are the best and most famous in the world. Unfortunately, this knowledge has not yet crossed the Israeli borders, so very few people outside of Israel know about it yet. This principle, without any changes, is true of almost every country, including the Soviet Union. All real Russian and Soviet inventors, of course, the best in the world, were, according to Soviet historiography, self-taught peasants from small villages in Povalty or Siberia, just like Fedka Blinov, for example, who became the pride of his homeland. I, however, was born and raised in Chernivtsi, in a town that is not a world center of inventorship like, for example, Tula, Nizhny Novgorod, or Kazan. Chernivtsi was always far off the main road of inventorship. People simply lived there, loved, drank coffee or shipushka and had no time or inclination to invent things. Shipushka is a sparkling wine made in Chernivtsi. Invention-related thoughts came into Chernovitzers' heads maybe once in 100 years, or maybe even more rarely. So, in that respect, I was unique and far ahead of my time. Living in England, I understood that the local scientists and engineers also know how to invent things and are quite successful in that regard. I had to work fairly closely and productively with them, and of course, competed with them. It turns out that the number of inventors in Oxford was no less than in that center of world inventorship, the USSR, and the density of scientists per square meter in the town of Oxford was entirely comparable to Akademgorodok in Novosibirsk. External competition is a well-known phenomenon, much described in world literature. But what about internal competition? Of course, that happens too. The English office of Elsint, for example, constantly competed with the Israeli, French, and American offices. Because of the immense distance between them, they couldn't bite each other too much. But it turns out that competition can include all sorts of other nastiness in many different forms. My task did not include involving myself in interoffice war. My task was to learn my craft and gain much needed experience. But it is hard to sit things out when there is a global war of everyone against everyone. Even to the naked eye, it was apparent that during this battle, our office divided itself into various competing groups, smokers versus non-smokers, Israelis versus British, technicians, engineers, physicists, and administrators, against each other, married versus single, men versus women, and so on. Though because of the limited number of employees, everyone had to belong to several such groups at once. I was directly subordinate to the director of the English office, and no one was subordinate to me, not even the computer in my office. So, I was distanced from the main battles. In my entire professional life, I had 3 bosses. All of them were my teachers. Professor Gold, of course, played a very special role in my education, and I have written a lot about him in this book already. And it was much deserved and justified. Everything I learned from my bosses can be summarized as follows: the most important thing about a company is the amount of money in the bank. Good work and bad work take the same amount of time. A decision should be made only once, but only after a thorough analysis, and in competition, it is necessary to have at least one unique advantage. My unique advantage was the image of the great inventor and passionate adventurer Nikola Tesla in the role of my secret personal advisor. On the shores of the Thames, I have already recounted many entertaining and interesting stories that happened to me on the shores of the Obi, Volga, Dniester, and Prut rivers. It is now time to tell other stories that happened to me on the quintessentially English River Thames, while they still have not entered the canon of world literature. Within Oxford, there is a village on the Thames called Ifili. By the number of houses, it is comparable to the tiny Carpathian village Zamohila. By area, it is 10 times smaller. It was built by people unknown to me a long time ago, but the written history of this place has only survived for the past 1,000 years. The locals spent the entire 1,000 years thinking about how to live better, and apparently, they came up with something. This, too, is a type of invention. They invented a good life for themselves and are now living it and having a good time. We rented half a house in this happy village of Italy from a Singaporean student, but we actually had the house to ourselves. Her half was often empty, because the owner spent most of her time at the college in the middle of Oxford, where she was finishing up her graduate studies. For the village of Zamohila to be called a village, the rule was that the foreman of the kolkhoz had to live there. In England, things are a bit different. Italy, to be called a real village, had to have a pub, a Royal Mail post office, and a local parliament. They were there and worked well. For example, based on the average precipitation and sunny days for the past 7 years and the growth speed of grass, the Italy Parliament unanimously, with all 7 votes, decided that lawns had to be mowed to the height of 1 inch. Everyone obediently followed this village law. I was not very exact about it, true, because I had gotten used to the metric system on the continent. Everywhere in England, one could see and sense a colossal difference between the behavior of English people and the representatives of the uncivilized and ill-mannered population of other countries. For example, suppose you go to the Oxford Bank for some financial business. There are 2 completely identical bank tellers there. One has a line of 10 people, for example, and the other has 3. If an English person walks into the bank, he will unhesitatingly stand in the longer line. A foreigner will always stand in the shorter one. That way, I quickly figured out that no less than 30% of the population of Oxford is foreign students. I categorically wanted to be like the English people, mysterious and inventive. But I admit, despite my desire to be like the English people, I still could not force myself to stand in the longer line. Moreover, I did not have enough curiosity to find out why real English people always stand in the longer line, and still have not managed to do so. When in England, do as the English do. I started eating a full English breakfast in the morning, including 2 soft-boiled eggs, fried sausages, bacon, beans in tomato sauce, a fried tomato, and buttered toast. There's more cholesterol and calories in the English breakfast than one knows what to do with, but after that, you will not be hungry until dinner. Soon, I started feeling like I'd been born in England. I'd gotten my driver's license, for driving on the right side of the road, in Israel before leaving for England. Now, I easily drove on the left as if it was nothing. On Sunday mornings, I'd stroll along the river on a path trodden by Lancelot, the invincible knight of the Round Table. In the evenings, I smoked Hamlet cigars, sitting by the fireplace by myself staring senselessly into space. I started going to the club to play squash. At breakfast, there was always a newspaper on my table. I watered the flowers and mowed the lawn myself. I went to the pub to play darts and publicly stated that I go to the football games just like everyone else. I started wearing a tweed suit jacket and a suit with a vest, got a smoking pipe for smoking in the pub, and cut my hair like Maxwell. I developed a thoughtful gaze, an eccentric absent-mindedness, and a significant tilt of the head back and slightly to the right. I drank ale in the pubs by the pint and managed to watch my health despite that. In short, just like the real Englishman. The only thing I didn't do was wear glasses, they made me dizzy and gave me eye strain. I also didn't switch out my showers for baths, though, to be honest, I could have put up with it. One would have thought that I was afraid of glasses or of drowning in the bath. I regularly attended meetings of the Discussion Society of Oxford University, but I never went to the Russian Society, even though they always served dinner. I had wanted to attend the course Medieval Poetry in Yiddish at Oxford University, but I couldn't because the lecture time coincided with the Benny Hill show on TV. I never had any opportunity to speak Russian in England, let alone Ukrainian. But once, in the pub, when I was absolutely sober, someone asked me where I was from. From Russia, I answered carelessly. From what city? Asked the stranger I'd been conversing with. Chernivtsi. But that's a Ukrainian city. Are you ashamed of being from Ukraine? I am Ukrainian, my grandfathers were born there, he said with pride. No, I'm not ashamed. I just thought that no one here would know the difference between the former Soviet republics. Of course, I'm from Ukraine, and to confirm that, I decided to say a few words in Ukrainian. Yamaju I began, but my speech muscles were paralyzed. My conversational Ukrainian had been temporarily erased from my operative memory. Yamaju mean I can in Ukrainian. But literally after a minute or two, it came back, and to my interlocutor's surprise, I quoted my favorite poems by Taras Shevchenko in Ukrainian with the Chernivtsi Hutsal accent. Twice a week, I watched the speeches in Parliament on TV and tried to copy the orator's pronunciation. But after a conversation with a very pretty Englishwoman, in which she noted the vivid sexual timbre of my voice, I had to stop trying to perfect my pronunciation. It had the tendency to distract the English women I was talking to from the subject of our conversation. Though Cambridge is on the River Cam rather than, like Oxford, on the River Thames, those towns are not very different from each other. The behavior of football fans in those towns is also remarkably similar. I traveled from Oxford to Cambridge many times in order to find even the slightest difference. I found one. It turns out that the only distinction between the two towns is that the flat-bottomed boats in Cambridge are propelled by a pole from the stern, and in Oxford, from the middle of the boat. Once, I went to Trinity College at Cambridge University to participate in a week-long physics seminar. The dorm room was small and uncomfortable. Vladimir Nabokov, who also studied there, would not have slept in such a room, he would not have fit into such a short bed. I am sure that Maxwell and Newton also lived there in much more pleasant conditions. Unfortunately, I did not have those kinds of connections. By the way, James Maxwell and Isaac Newton, just like me, never got the Nobel Prize. But it was in Trinity College that I came closest to the Nobel Prize and in general, to all that was historic and memorable in science. 7 times, I ate my dinner at the professor cafeteria, where at different times, no less than 33 Nobel laureates had dined. I sat on the same chairs as James Maxwell, Isaac Newton, and one of the kings of England. I was almost happy there. But for some reason, no one gave me a certificate to commemorate that. Too bad. I would have had something to show the grandkids. The trumpet is calling. Sooner or later, the trumpet calls everyone somewhere. In my youth, as a wanderer, the trumpet called me to go hiking with friends. With time, the hiking trips became a habit, and at a more mature age, became a tradition. The hiking trips are a separate conversation, and one has to start at the beginning. I will tell you about them, starting with about 5th grade. During the summer, at the Young Pioneer Camp in the village of Beragamat in the Carpathians, we went on a long hike at least once. The pioneer horn was our companion and trumpeted to us, "Pioneers, onward! Pioneers, onward!" The horn was always assisted by the pioneer drum, which was always with us, and skillfully beat out its rhythm in unison with the frequent heartbeat of our burning pioneer hearts. Frequently, we enjoyed a day hike to the Stizhuk, the bald mountain. At that time, the mountain was only halfway planted with trees, and so from the top, it really looked bald. During the day, we picked blackberries and mushrooms, and by evening, we made campfires and baked potatoes in the cinders. By the time the potatoes were ready to eat, I was so hungry I ate it all, even the burnt skin. Ever since then, I love burned potato skins. Even when I am at an ordinary steakhouse, I always eat my baked potato with the skin. And if someone doesn't like it, they don't have to come near me at restaurants where they serve baked potatoes. I can't behave in any other way there. I learned it at summer camp and do not consider this behavior wrong. After 8th grade, we grew up a little and went on camping trips to the Nemchich Pass. There, I learned to pitch a tent and correctly set up camp. In the evenings, we also baked potatoes in the coals of a campfire. And after that, we did many other interesting things. It was all beautiful, and many things happened there for the first time in our lives. There is nothing better than doing something or seeing something for the first time. This is why I have a clear memory of the shooting stars I saw on my hikes, of the flying fireflies, the dead tree trunk in the ravine that glowed in the dark, and other wonders of nature. On one hike, they gave me the heaviest backpack to carry. It contained sugar for all 100 hungry pioneers. It was so heavy that several times, I was ready to drop it in the bushes unnoticed. But I did not do that, so that the kids who were walking next to me would tell everyone how I carried a very heavy backpack by myself. It would feel good to become a hero. However, they all turned out to be very self-centered and never told anyone about my heroic deed. In this life, I often have to fulfill other people's obligations. Then, it was carrying everyone's sugar, and now, it's telling the stories that Chernivtsi society is unaware of. Those who are reading my book and do not believe me can ask the ones who went on the August trip in 1967 at the Baragamut Pioneer Summer Camp and who are still alive. To my great surprise, there are many who doubt the veracity of these books. My Israeli camping trips, which replaced the Soviet ones, can be confidently divided into 3 stages: the Ulpan stage, the graduate student stage, and the army stage. After you take a nice walk around the various corners of Israel, a small country after all, you understand just how many cozy corners there are here. It seems that one life will not be enough to see even a small part of all of them. I do not know any other country in which so many of its citizens are constantly wandering around its tiny territory. This is an exclusively Israeli way of using love for the promised land to unite a very multifarious people. My first trip in Israel was during my time at the Ulpan, along the route through Dead Sea, Masada, Eilat, and Sinai Peninsula. On that trip, I got to know the desert. In Israel, they do not usually use tents for camping, they sleep in sleeping bags out in the open. In Eilat, we camped right at the shores of the Red Sea. Everyone went swimming right away, but I had to wait until darkness, since I did not have a swimsuit or even spare underwear. I had a great swim and, as the well-known joke goes, did my laundry as well, but I promised to myself that next time, I would definitely bring my swimsuit. I will be absolutely honest, I did not keep my word. Ever since then, I love skinny dipping in the Red Sea by moonlight. Walking up the steep mountain path to Masada, it was easy to imagine how my legendary ancestors, 2,000 years ago, spent years fighting the densely homosexual Roman occupants. But if the Romans had not won that war and sold my ancestors into European slavery, I would not have been able to be born in Chernivtsi or study in Novosibirsk, and many other things in life would have happened entirely differently for me. Our entire Ulpan group went to Mount Sinai at night in order to reach the summit by dawn. They say that Moses went up that same path to get the 10 Commandments from God, hewn in stone. Knowing that, while ascending, I heard the voice in my head, and the Lord said unto Moses, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest. and be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. And even though, to my crushing disappointment, I did not receive anything there, the dawn was amazing and partially made up for the disappointment of the missed opportunity. At the graduate school stage, there was a group of nature-loving people with whom Evita and I went on hikes a couple of times a month, with elements of mountain climbing, pentathlon, and simple fitness masochism. Always, we were eagerly welcomed by the narrow ravines of the Judean desert and the cascades of waterfalls in the Galilee Mountains and the Golan Heights. During my active service in the army as a math teacher at the school dedicated to preparing future defenders of Israel, I did not teach anyone the actual subject. There was no opportunity to do so. Instead of that, I wanted to teach my students how to behave normally in public, but they resisted and tried to pull my nervous system apart nerve by nerve, to keep as souvenirs. But fortunately, neither my desires nor their attempts were successful. According to the Israeli principles of raising young people, our students had to travel a lot. So, together with them, I drove, swam, and walked all over Israel several times. And I did not even have to sing Revolutionary Road songs, I just had to travel. For many people, hiking is a waste of time, because it does not have a pecuniary goal. But it's better to have such goals too. For example, when I was hiking in the Carpathians, I was simultaneously looking for treasure in the vicinity of Zamohila and in parallel, getting to know the area, with a radius of about 10 kilometers. In England, I also went on goal-oriented hikes in places that looked like the Carpathians. Once, my friends and I decided to go to Scotland. Everyone goes there to drink vodka, or rather, whiskey, outside in nature. Are we worse than them? Of course not. But we went further. We decided to go to Scotland in order to catch the mysterious monster Nessie that lives in Loch Ness. According to the scientific adventurous methods of Nikola Tesla, we decided to enrich our rather scanty travel budget and to ensure our place in history by asking the Cryptozoological Society at Oxford for a grant. And imagine that, we got it. Nikola had some great ideas. According to vaguely scientific empirical laws, the number of grants is directly proportional to the number of societies. And there were lots of societies in Oxford, enough to fill a pond, or even Loch Ness. But we had good reasons to hope to actually get the grant, because our vaguely scientific proposal was simple and cheap, and most importantly, extremely elegant. We wanted to use the latest acoustic and electrostatic sensors in the water of the lake. Of course, we could not catch the monster with those sensors, but we could definitely get a good record of it. That method could not give absolutely precise results, but no one wanted anything definite. Definiteness is the enemy of any vaguely scientific society in general and the Cryptozoological Society in particular. We gathered a lot of data then. The sensor needle was steadily quivering, and sometimes even maxing out on its scale. Our report contains several elegant multicolored tables and one very beautiful graph. The monster was not found, but the most important thing is that our trip had a goal. We fit within the budget of our grant. By the time we returned to Oxford, we had enough money left for a large bottle of whiskey. Hiking in England is a profitable thing. Forward, Tesla. Everyone is sure that after marriage, one's life cardinally changes. In my case, nothing like that happened, though some significant and not so significant details were, of course, different. But when children appear, which is undoubtedly a significant and happy event, some real tectonic changes happen. I don't just mean diapers and chronic sleep deprivation. I mean that a parent simply drowns in an ocean of responsibility, and the older they are, the deeper the ocean. Evita and I waited for that moment for a very long time, and finally, our wait was over. At first, we were not sure whether the happy event would occur, but with time, our situation got clearer. In the spring of 1985, we clearly knew that we would have a son in early October. Even though this event was anticipated, it still managed to take us by surprise. We were quite naturally worried and anxious. I don't remember exactly when this happened, but like good Jews, we decided that it would be best for our little family to return to the promised land, home, and put down roots, grow, and establish ourselves there. We wanted to go specifically to Israel, not to Spain, and needless to say, not to Chernivtsi. For me, home has long since ceased to be associated with Chernivtsi, and for Evita, with Spain. Changes in one's personal life inevitably cause changes in one's work and creative activity. This happened to me too. Every job goes through 3 stages. The first stage, long awaited and with high expectations, goes by relatively fast. Then, there is a long second stage of monotonously sinking into routine, with the consequent stabilization and adjustment to the group. At the third stage, there is the inevitable disappointment, adjustment turns into friction, and friction is accompanied by small disagreements that grow into local conflicts. At the end, any good working relationship goes to hell and productive work ceases. It seemed to me that after a year of working in England, I had already transitioned into the third and last stage. Because the boundaries of this transition were relatively blurry for me, it is possible that I was still at the second stage, but close to its end. At the conclusion of any life stage, I become sad and start asking myself difficult questions. This time, I was not alone. My family depended on the right answers to those questions. Now, I was ready to ask myself the most important question: what happens next? It was exactly a year since I'd come to England, and 7 years after I'd left the USSR. 7 years ago, I'd climbed out of a deep pit. Now it's time to forget about the pit. But it is very difficult to figure out the answer to a complex problem using only logic. I understood that if I continue following this victorious professional path, after a few years, I will finally get a prestigious desk by the window in the engineering room, and then, if I'm lucky, maybe before I retire, I'll get my very own office and a slightly used personal secretary. But, is this for me? I don't think so. There, in England, I sensed that there was nothing left to learn. I understood that the subsequent development of my creative work should not be sought among facts, statistical analysis, or logical reasoning. There was almost nothing left there. It was time to go to the next, higher, level of creativity and invention. Can one learn this, and if one can, where and how? What universities teach this? Where, what, and how should I keep studying? Who will teach me practical inventorship skills? Where are the teachers for this? What methodology should I use to learn all this? I did not know the answers to any of these questions. At least, not there, in England. To get the answers, I had to come home to Israel. And, additionally, to see whether I'd learned anything in my entire 33-year-old life. With our decision to return to Israel came the urgent issue of my job search, maybe a temporary job, but one that can support us. I hadn't yet forgotten how to whitewash houses, but I was no longer interested in this kind of work. How could I find a job in Israel all the way from England? I called Abrashka at the Weizmann Institute. I was not at all surprised when he told me that just a couple of days ago, some American came to him and asked for some help in exactly the areas of my scientific, engineering, and organizational competence. I have to admit that I didn't check whether Jupiter and Saturn had aligned with Earth at that time, but everything came together for me, and just at the right time. With all the strength of my Chernivtsi intuition, Jewish grasp, and Zamohila hunting instincts, I grabbed that new idea as if it were the only thing left to me. Dr. Hermann Schwartz was a physicist and a real American. When I called him from England, I did not know or understand the particular qualities of the American character. But after showing him my recommendation letters and having a 10-minute phone conversation, I understood at least something. Americans are businesslike. I was invited to fly to Philadelphia that very weekend to have an interview and possibly finalize the formulation of my problem. One of the important qualities of an entrepreneur and inventor is decisiveness. It's possible to drag one's feet when solving a problem, analyzing all the possibilities, which can be numerous. But the window of opportunity is not open for very long, typically. So, you have to come to quick decisions that have a chance at success, and it is these quick decisions, the only path to success. Of course, it is possible that because of this hurry, many of us are doomed to failure, when we decide quickly but our decision is not good enough. After the first failure, one can still come back and try something else, but every new failure lowers one's chances further, and decreases one's confidence as well. After that, almost always, there is final, total failure. But back then, I decided quickly and was sure of myself like never before. Even before dawn on March 9, 1985, I was already on the bus from Oxford to Heathrow Airport in London. In those days and in that part of England, buses came strictly on schedule. Their drivers, like many other English professionals, were proud of their job. They kept a very close eye on the second hand of their watch and left on schedule, to the microsecond. How they managed to come to the next stop on schedule despite traffic is still a mystery to me. According to my agreement with the Americans, there should have been a ticket for me at the ticket counter. But there wasn't. Something went wrong. A feeling came over me that is somewhat like the one that you feel when after fixing the iron, you blow all the fuses in the house. But being a gambler at heart, I bought the ticket to the next flight out with my own money. What happened next looks like this: I come to Philadelphia, no one is there to meet me. This is not the first time I've waited in an airport. I have a sandwich in my pocket, just in case, lovingly prepared by Evita. I wait for an hour or so, not even enough time to get hungry, and call Schwartz at home. This is Shlomo Glazer, I start uncertainly. I am here at the airport, nobody is here to meet me, and I don't know where to go next. I don't understand. We agreed to meet tomorrow morning at the hotel. Where are you? Why are you still at the airport? Did the flight get delayed? He peppered me with questions, confused. There were no tickets for me at the London airport, and there was no hotel address for the hotel where you reserved a room for me, I answered in a restrained and polite manner. Wait for me at the exit, I am coming at once. Hermann Schwartz concluded our conversation in a businesslike way. No more than a half hour passed before a small Porsche sports car drove up to the airport exit, and a huge red-headed bearded guy with sparkling blue eyes got out. The Bessarabian Jew, Hermann Schwartz, looked like a real butcher from Yedinets or a blacksmith from Belts. Then we raced from the airport to the Hilton Hotel in the middle of Philadelphia. He talked and I listened. The gearbox periodically squealed from his unskilled and untimely gear changes. The buildings along the road flew past us. The trees by the road flashed by, passing our car at a high speed. Saturday started out clear and calm, and ended the same way. Our first interview was supposed to happen over a late breakfast on Sunday. I was ready for it. The night before, after dinner, I reread the biography of Nikola Tesla once again. He came to America 100 years before me at the age of 28, and he only had 4 cents in his pocket. I was already 33 years old. Maybe 33 today is just like 28 100 years ago. But of course, there were also other differences between us, not important for the upcoming interview. Nevertheless, I felt ready to play the role of Tesla in the upcoming Sunday business opera. The libretto was composed by me and the music adapted from traditional folk sources. Based on the couple of short conversations I had with him over the phone and during the ride from the airport to the hotel, I did not doubt that Dr. Schwartz would be great in the role of George Westinghouse in my production. He even had a mustache. Did he grow it specially, to more fully inhabit the role of the great American entrepreneur? I always wake at dawn. The first day of job interviews in America was no exception. I had a good breakfast and drank a cup of coffee. I never go to business meetings hungry, same for weddings and banquets. You cannot show your weaknesses to your opponents. Then I sat down in an armchair and, gazing out the window, relaxed for a half hour. This was my well-practiced ritual of taking a short period of relaxation right before exams at the university and in graduate school. On that Sunday morning, I was examined by life itself. There was only 10 minutes left before the meeting, but I already heard the distant drums. Then, I heard a fanfare, and then after a few chords, the entire orchestra was calling forward. The drums called me to battle. I decisively came down a couple of minutes before the agreed-on time, but Hermann Schwartz was already waiting for me at the restaurant. We said hello, and he introduced his colleague, Michael Levin. Though my interlocutors were much older than me, they were not old enough to have known Nikola Tesla personally, and so they were clearly very interested to meet the great inventor, namely, me. The objects serving as set decorations on the American stage were common and ordinary: the table, chairs, plates, glasses, and everything that's normally served for breakfast. This helped me overcome the first night jitters before my opera performance began. 10 minutes after it started, I already felt a calm self-confidence, though I hadn't even managed to say 10 words yet. Schwartz did most of the talking, and Levin occasionally added details, very fittingly and timely. It was clear that they'd known each other for many years and form a great business duet consisting of a dramatic baritone and a central bass. They clearly needed my young, grasping lyrical tenor. After the first hour of conversation, I knew that this project was my chance at success, the best opportunity to take the next important step in my life. My interlocutors, however, still hadn't realized that I was, if not the only, at least the most fitting candidate for their work. Now, for our work. The problem was stupid simple, but the money was real. I expected nothing less from George Westinghouse. Things are moving, entrepreneur. Forward, inventor. Forward, Tesla. Another beginning. What does a beginning feel like? Does it have a smell or a sound? Can you see it or feel it? There is no sense in asking questions that have no answers within the framework of the natural or humanitarian sciences. But when a new stage of my life begins, this beginning is obvious to me. The first step of any good project is a plan. I came back to Oxford from America with my head full of plans. So as not to waste time, I started thinking of them along the way. Late in the evening on Sunday, March 10, 1985, I was already looking at America from above through a plane window, sitting in a crowded airplane. I was heading to Europe, first going to England, and then to Israel, where my future would happen. The next stage of that future begins immediately. That future of mine had two main vectors. I was expecting, first of all, the birth of my son, and second of all, the creation of a new company. Some of the passengers around me were sleeping or reading something, but I still couldn't shake the excitement after the complicated day I'd spent with Schwartz and Levin. My brain, by inertia, continued to work intensely and ceaselessly, analyzing all the variants. At some point, its gear shift switched to a lower gear, which increased the analytical capacity of my brain and reduced its tension. Then I calmed down and started thinking more methodically and logically. It was time to think through the business plan. It's not exactly earth-shattering news that all the processes in life can be divided into three parts. Everything has a beginning, middle, and end. In invention, the first part is the study of the historical, technical, and commercial background of the invention. Then, you state the problem and prepare for its solution. A well-stated problem is often the invention itself. At the end is the implementation period, which concludes the process. The entire process of invention requires a clear and well-thought-out business plan. A good plan is a large part of the success of the invention. I have to say, and I knew it even then, in the airplane, that there is no universally perfect business plan. Thus, like with everything else in life, I started preparing a preliminary business plan, based on how I saw the business at that given moment. It was clear that this plan would be changed and corrected many times. When I was getting started out as an inventor in the late 70s and early 80s, things were different. The problems were different, the business was different, and the planning methods were very different from the ones today. Most importantly, the people were different. Though maybe, everything was exactly the same back then, but I changed. But some aspects of planning were definitely the same. The plan has to be flexible and allow for changes as it is realized and implemented. I allowed for errors. I have made many mistakes in life and continue to do so. You can't learn anything without making mistakes. Without them, in principle, no process can change or improve. I made mistakes too. But they were special. It seemed that my teachers and mentors put them in place for me in a particular sequence. In the end, they helped me a lot. Many factors, including mistakes, have brought me to success. In the Soviet Union, it was customary to do a sort of summing up after having lived half your life, 4 7-year periods and 1 5-year. Accounting for the low life expectancy during socialism, it turned out that this had to be done, on average, at the age of 33. In Israel, it was customary that after 1/3 of your lifespan, you have to sit down, think about things, and sum things up. Again, it turned out to be 33. Though in very well-known case, a very famous man summed up his 33-year-long life path and then didn't even live a year longer. But despite that, I took that risk and also performed my personal summing up. In America, I negotiated with 2 seasoned and experienced capitalist sharks. If they had been amateurs, we wouldn't have come to any agreement or even understood each other. It was a unique opportunity for me, and I turned out to be ready to grab it because I also was no longer a dilettante. My interlocutors understood that, and understood who they're dealing with. And if my visit to America had happened 100 years earlier, Tesla would have had a serious competitor when it came to electrification of the United States. Now, according to the agreement with the Americans, I'm president of a company. It's small and consists only of one person, that one person is me. Of course, in reality there was no company. There wasn't one, but there would be one soon. I would create it myself, from nothing. The main thing is that I was not at all scared. That kind of confidence is only found in those who are ready. I was. I had only been waiting for the right opportunity, and it turned out that I didn't have to wait that long. Of course, what happened to me in Philadelphia, just like anything that happens to any person, is the product of pure chance. It could have not happened, but it did happen in this seemingly disordered and chaotic world. It was because I was always sure of this, the probability of such a thing happening is great. So, I'd spent many years preparing for this event, almost my entire 33-year-old life. Everything that happened, yes, it was a sequence of coincidences, but there was some order to it as well. Even absolute chaos follows its own laws. Someone who works hard and is determined to reach his goal will eventually reach it, according to the laws of nature. Patience and hard work will get you anywhere. When I graduated from middle school, I already knew who I wanted to be, but I didn't know how to realize it. The art of war according to the methods of Sun Tzu was the backbone of my inner ideology, and my math teacher Isaac Isumirovich Goldman was my first serious mentor. With time, I started gaining skills and discipline. Then, they were backed up with experience. The devotion and love for one's family and the readiness to work hard to reach one's goals are things that are taught in childhood. This is what one moves towards, in small steps, for a long time. This is how it happened with me. My whole life, I've been training in predicting the near future. For a scientist and inventor, the skill of predicting the evolution of a process is much more important than a university course in material science or the hydrodynamics of porous structures. Still, I was incredibly happy when I first started at university in Akademgorodok in Novosibirsk. I still remember, to this day, many details of my first encounter with my alma mater. I even remember the scent of the great physics auditorium. The first lectures, seminars in tight small groups, the professor's voice. Everything was tender and touching. Entering a group of like-minded people, I was making my first tentative steps into science. Maybe they were unnoticeable, but they were very important. I understood that I would never be a theoretical physicist at the start of the third year, when I decided not to go to an interview with Professor Chaplik. He had invited me to talk when he saw my grades for the first 2 years. After university, things fell into place by themselves. And first of all, it turned out that I would never be any sort of scientist, let alone a physicist. Maybe a physics teacher, but even that did not stand the test of time. Long before my departure to Israel, physics had left me, and I left it. I remembered it only when filling out forms where I had to state my college major. But in Israel, everything changed. Even still in graduate school, I sensed, understood, and knew a large part of my future. Unfortunately, at the time I didn't always follow my own principles, only because I wasn't ready yet, but most importantly, I wanted to reach some sort of quick success, even if it wasn't important or big. I convinced the Americans to register the new company in Israel, where I already had a large network of potential helpers, colleagues, and like-minded people. This coincided with my personal plans to come home from England. Another month, and I'll be there, breathing the orange aroma of Rehovot, seeing friends and relatives, and of course, visiting the Weizmann Institute and Professor Gold, who had once again helped me a lot. And now I am thinking about my business plan and founding a new company of my own. I am doing this not so much for me, or for the money, or for the good of society, or to obey God's command. I simply like this game. It suits my gambler's temperament. In any gambling game, there has to be a prize. The prize in this game is the money one earns. It is the amount of money that determines the winner. Something was fatefully nudging me into becoming one. On the plane from Philadelphia to London, I only got an hour of sleep before it landed, but then, on the bus from Heathrow Airport to Oxford, I slept the whole way. At home, I took a turbo contrast shower and immediately went to work. I sat there uselessly, like an Easter Island statue, for the rest of the workday. And then, on wings of excitement, I rushed home, to talk to Evita at length about everything that happened with me in America. Listen, Evita, I tell her, as if she is not listening to me, but simply holding both my hands and looking straight into my eyes. There are two good ways of conducting family affairs: to discuss everything, whether reasonable or not, or to trust each other with no words needed. This time, you need to follow the second path. You need to trust me. I decided to leave Elsint. Have you thought it through? We are doing okay here, my wife answered calmly. In 7 years of life together, Evita learned to recognize this kind of mood in me, and learned to decipher it. We are doing okay here, but we have the right to wish for something better, I noted, inspired. So we will have something better there. No, at first it won't be better, but there is a large probability that it will be better in the future, and a small probability that it will be a lot better. Evita believed in me, and knew that it was easy to be an optimist when you believe in your success. Ahead to the future. When I was very small and would look thoughtful while daydreaming on the potty, my grandma told me in a prophetic tone in Yiddish, "Sitz naeftoks ontracht mods," meaning sitting on your rear end and thinking about fashion, predicting my future exactly. In my youth, I continued daydreaming with the same thoughtful look on my face. Now it was time to really engage in some serious thinking. To sit down in the deep armchair in front of the burning fireplace and smoke a cigar. However, at that moment, I was out of cigars. So, I went outside, sat on a bench, and started breathing deeply. Let's take it as granted, I am average. Question: am I ready to live an average life and achieve average results? Answer: no. What a pity that I still hadn't received the Nobel Prize. Now things would be entirely different. At this moment, I wanted to learn everything I needed to learn as quickly as possible and finally become a great inventor. Like Alfred Nobel. We were alike in that he also never received the Nobel Prize, though unlike me, he was known to the whole world. Instead, can I imagine that I'd already received the prize and the medal is already in my pocket? I can imagine it, but I can't make use of it. Tesla was very different. He was definitely brash and very eccentric. I could not have competed with him on that. But nevertheless. Still, what had Tesla actually made other than the induction motor and different variations on it? To say it plainly, not much. However, others hadn't even made that. But I wanted to be someone that the whole world knows about. Someone written about in all school textbooks. Someone whose portraits hang in museums and universities. Someone whose name is bestowed on towns, strategic hilltops, ships, breeds of dogs, and some sort of useful syndrome. And, of course, there has to be a prize named after me, the Glaser Prize, for great inventions. If physics is what physicists do in their spare time, good businessmen spend their spare time dreaming. Not planning, not counting, not earning money, but actually dreaming. In my dreams, I always saw my future, hard to achieve, but always the determining factor for me and my rebellious soul. Dreams and the prediction of the future belong to the humanities, which have played an important role in society and the life of each person. But I like other disciplines, and the humanities do not occupy a notable place in my life. Personally, I simply do not pay any attention to them, and they apparently also pay no attention to me. I have great respect for the natural sciences, but I still prefer the exact sciences, both fundamental and applied. This point of view of mine, and the consequent behavior, are based on quantitatively precise relationships, precise methods of testing my hypotheses, tireless experimentation, and complex logical reasoning, to which I am extremely inclined. Nevertheless, from time to time I take an interest in some aspect of the humanities. For example, I was once interested in pedagogy and Suk Humlinsky's teaching specifically, as well as the 10th grade social science teacher at our school who was an embodiment of all that is beautiful and humanitarian. In my childhood, I dreamed about things that were completely unattainable to me at the time: a ball, skates, swim trunks, pocket knife, flashlight. Later, I dreamed of having a close friend, an interesting conversation partner, a professional teacher, and a wise mentor. I imagined what I'd say to them, and I knew well what they'd reply. In dreams, we were mutually courteous, considerate, and witty. When I was interested in dance and ballet, I often saw myself dancing on stage at the Bolshoi Theater instead of Rudolf Nureyev, dancing the pas de deux from the ballet Don Quixote to the divine music of Ludwig Minkus. It was not Rudolph but I who got standing ovations and accepted bouquets from the public. Yes, that was in my audacious dreams too. Then I passionately wanted to get into university and become a famous physicist and a Nobel laureate. I dreamed of a girlfriend, at first, not a specific girl, just a girlfriend. I dreamed of being with the same girl my whole life, not even understanding yet why I needed that. Then, I dreamed specifically about a particular girl, then specifically about another one, and then about many more after that. That is how my main sexual dreams formed. It was fitting for my age. Then, in my youth, even when I was walking alone, I imagined that a gorgeous woman was walking next to me, and all the men would turn and look at her, envying me. But there is no coming back to those sweet dreams, because they came true. Now, when Evita and I walk somewhere in public, I see not just the men turn to look at her, but the women. During my last weeks and days in England, I dreamed of finally finishing the routine hassles associated with our move back home to Israel. I impatiently daydreamed of myself in the privacy of my home, in my cozy office. The drapes are closed, the light is off, and I am immersing myself in my new problem. In this state, I only need a little bit of time, only a couple of hours, to completely lose myself in daydreams, and the rest will come by itself. During my time in England, I met with Abrashka twice, once when he came to Oxford, and once when I came to Israel. Both times, I felt like we did not say all that we wanted to say. Thus, every evening in England before coming back to Israel, I withdrew myself to daydream, sat down in my armchair, and conducted countless imaginary conversations with Abrashka. From my very first days at the Weizmann Institute, I dreamed of coming to Abrashka with my very own problem and discussing it with him. As long as I remember myself, I dreamed of finding my very own problem. And this dream came true. I found my own problem and this line of daydreams ended. I am never sad about the end of my daydreams, they will be replaced by new ones that have been patiently waiting their turn. This is because I have always dreamed of very real things that could happen, but hadn't happened yet for some reason or another. Sometimes, however, I wanted to realize them too fast. We are coming back to Israel as a large family, though my son hadn't been born yet. But he already has a name, my father's name. When my father died, I knew that my son, my firstborn, would definitely bear his name. How many long conversations I've had in my dreams with my unborn son. Will he oppose me in everything, just like I opposed my father? Or will he listen to me? How many future plans are in my dreams? What will my new company be like? What tasks will we set ourselves? Will we accomplish them on time? And suddenly, just at the moment when in my daydream, I started giving my first speech at the general employee meeting of my company, someone gently pulled my sleeve. It was my Avida. "Look in the window, Sol, you can see the shoreline of Israel," she said quietly, when only minutes remained before landing. I looked out the window, but instead of the shoreline, I saw Nikola Tesla. He winked at me and quietly said, "Forward, Shlomo." I winked back at him, smiled, and in a similar whisper, replied, "Thank you, Tesla." And immediately, turning away from the window, accompanied by the roar of the jet engines of the airplane as it landed, I firmly and loudly added, "To battle," and with a firm fist, punched the back of the seat in front of me with all my strength. About the author. Many of my readers are interested whether my character Semyon is myself. They also frequently ask whether my books are books about me, or about Semyon. I decided to answer these questions. Even though Semyon is definitely not me, and moreover, he is very different from me, my books are about me and about the other people form my past. Semyon is a character created by me, who is a projection of my current impression of life on those past circumstances. The basis of my imagination is my memory of the past, and I can only write about things or events that I know, more or less. And so, it turned out that there is an invisible, but solid link between the contents of my books and my personal biography. To support this assertion and provide illustrations, I will cite a few obvious examples. I really was born in 1952 in Chernivtsi, and my mother loved me a lot. It can be seen in a photo in the printed version of this book. The rumors that she loved me more than my brother have no foundation. Our loving family was a proletarian one. We lived in a semi-basement apartment in a building on the corner of Skovorody Street, next to the intersection of Lesia Ukrainka, Kievskaya, and Lysenko. Here I am, sitting at this very intersection, with a piece of bread. Like many Chernivtsi children, I went to school. I went to 2 schools, even, an 8-year school, number 18, and high school number 1. Then I studied at the Novosibirsk State University. To prove this, I cite a photo which can be seen in the printed version of this book, where I am easy to find in the classroom, due to my relaxed appearance and carefree smile. We did not just study there. As can be seen in a photo in the printed version of this book. During summer vacations, I like to go hiking, think about the meaning of life or float on a raft along various European rivers. After the university, my working life began. This is what my school looked like at the mountain village of Zamohila. There, in the mountains, each year began and ended with winter. Then I left to go to Israel. I did not emigrate, no, I just left. After the bar mitzvah ceremony, I became a real Israeli. I decided to mature a little, and for that, I needed to marry. But first, I had to go to literal Africa, to meet the relatives of my future wife Mary. This is what Africa looks like. Then there was the wedding in Barcelona and a real honeymoon in Paris. Soon, we got our own apartment in a building on the outskirts of Rehovot. We were happy there. Then we lived in England for a while, in the town of Oxford. This is all that I wanted to say about what happened to me in that time. In the next books, I will talk about what happened later. Respectfully, the author. Acknowledgement. The author would like to thank Larissa Migakiov, Mia Taicher, and Abby Taicher for reviewing the English manuscript of this book.